Hey, 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 hey.
Check, check.
Check, check. Yep. Check, check. Yep. Hey, 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 hey.
Here he is.
Oh, shit. That's one of my favorite hats, but I brought like 10 hats to like disperse into the wild because you have too many.
What are we looking for? Water.
Where can I get? I want information on like what heats up. Oh, that's a sick shot.
So do we. That's Chris.
Yeah.
So should be able to go live and then go. Or wait to go fully out, Thomas, until you're back at your position.
My shitty
What's
camera.
happening? Yes, sick.
For some reason it's not playing ball. This is
Live scores, male mini final. That's freestyle.
yeah. I think it's dropping voltage. Okay, men's elimination 5. Now it's right here. No. Flag, do you want the flag one? don't think it's all that in here. Okay, focuses out. Nothing. Oh, that was cool. Here's the start now. It's way too overexposed. No. Not with. Huh? Yeah. I know. I was working on that yesterday. Yeah, I've got everything plugged in. Yeah. Because if I unplug it, the link ends up. Yeah. He's an Aussie. And I don't. What? What? Well, I can fix it. You just need to not use me. Welcome to day 7 of the New Zealand GWA Wingfoil World Tour. We finally have some wind. Our weather is definitely a little bit on the shady side. We're getting a little bit of raindrops, and we apologize for some of the camera shots. They're a little bit misty, but the crew is out there, and they're trying to clean stuff up and get the best we can. All the athletes woke up this morning really excited. The wind was on last night. We could feel it. We could hear it. So today we are already multiple races in. We had a women's elimination number 5 with Nia Swardia, the duotone Roxy rider, taking the win. Amy Bright looked fantastic, the local youngster from New Zealand, 17 years old, very experienced on the race side. She did an amazing job and took a second place. Bowen van der Linden, the North rider from the Netherlands, came in and took third away from Orane Cerise. Unfortunately, Orane, the starboard free wing rider from New Caledonia, came off foil during the pump leg, so she just missed the podium in that women's elimination 5. The good news for the women is 5 eliminations in. What this means is that they get 1 discard. So in this case, Orane will be able to not count the results of this race. So 4 out of 5 will count. Right now, we are still in the men's elimination number 2. This, I believe, is the mini final. These athletes are all out there. It's nice and early here in New Zealand. They were ready to go. They're on their race gear. They're on their tiny foils and their big wings. The wind is still not ideal, but it is much better than we've seen in the past few days.
Yeah, look, it's really great to be back today with Chris, and it's really nice that we're able to get some sort of usable weather. You know, we tried to have a go last night. There was a little bit that happened, but really it was just too much yesterday to really get anything underway. So we're back into it today, really, and you know we can see the race boat out there with the red flag up right now. What does the red flag mean, Chris?
So the red flag is up on the race boat, and what that means is they are in the start sequence.
We've actually got the yellow flag now, which means that's the start of their 3-minute count, right?
Well, the red flag signifies the start of the 3 minutes. The yellow flag means we're under 2 minutes to go. So when that flag goes down, it means we're under 1 minute. So all the racers out there are all jockeying back and forth. They're in a really tight pattern trying to get position. So what happens is when it goes to under 1 minute, there's a certain triangle area in front of the starting area where no racers are allowed to be. If someone were to go into that area, it's an automatic disqualification, which does happen every once in a while.
Yeah, cool. And you know the yellow flag's up at the moment, so we're watching all the races tack and get ready to really give it their all today. And as we said before, the weather's not really there. It's marginal at best, and we're starting to see the rain come in and the misty conditions. But everyone's really keen to give it a go. You know, the freestyle happened. Kind of managed to get a little pocket of wind to be able to just smash out the freestyle, and really the idea today is just smash out as many of these races as we can, as many eliminations as possible, until the sun goes down, really, right, Chris?
Well, as long as Mother Nature cooperates and she keeps the wind machine on, we're gonna race as much as we can. So these elimination rounds, the men are only on round 2. The reason why the women are on round 5 is because each one of their races counts as an elimination. Whereas with the men, there's over 40 racers. So what happens is we have to have 4 heats of 10 riders. Then we go to 2 semifinals. Then those riders move on to either the grand final or the 8 races for each elimination for the men. So that's a lot of racing. And the men are all looking to get at least 4 of these eliminations done. There we are. Look, yellow flag is down. The men are all looking for the green flag. There it is. I think we had a clean start. Oh, these guys really got a good jump on that. Let's see what happens. It looks like that's the New Caledonia Frenchman Titouan Galea on his new Cabrina wing that got a great start. I suspect we have Bastien Escoffier on there, the Patrick International rider. He won elimination number 1 yesterday, so he's in what we call the catbird seat, meaning he has all the pressure on him.
Yeah, look, and you know the boys have all been performing really well, but Titouan's really been caning it in the slalom, right, Chris?
Yeah, Titouan's one of the fastest guys out there for sure. He is getting used to his new gear this year. I know he's on a really fast foil, so I expect a lot out of Titouan. We'll see what happens. Oh, it looks like that. All right, so unfortunately for Tituan, who got a great hole shot, it looks like someone did cross early. So you can see the blue and yellow flag up. So that flag recalls all the racers back out there, and they are going to start into a new start sequence. And what's interesting at this point is when that flag goes down, it goes to a 2-minute start sequence instead of 3. So it sounds like, I'm not positive, but I think Bastien Escoffier, the Patrick International rider, Frenchman living in Australia, may have been over early. That's going to be really tough for Bastien, as he was the winner yesterday in elimination number 1. Bastien has a chance to take the whole thing, but this DQ is not going to be good for him.
Yeah, look, and the difference between the course when we look at what we were racing on yesterday compared to today, it's totally different in terms of yesterday they actually pumped across the finish line, Chris, whereas if we look at the course layout today, we can see that they're going to come down the pump section, which is 100 metres towards the shore, and then they're going to take a left-hand turn and get back on wing to come across the finish line.
Yeah, so what we're going to see them pumping at us, and sadly we just did see Bastien ride in. So Bastien Escoffier, the Patrick International rider, he had an amazing freestyle round. I want to really give my hats off to Bastien. He had one of the heats of his life, I would say. The guy couldn't miss a trick in the freestyle the other day over at Pilot Bay and just really crushed it. And Bastien, the all-around rider, is extremely fast on the race gear. He's going to be super disappointed at that DQ. So a lot of times he can be over the line by, I mean, we're not even talking a second, less than a quarter second. So apparently he jumped the start and is DQ'd.
Yeah, and that's totally disappointing, isn't it? You know, they go out there and they give it a really good shot, but sometimes they just don't line it up right and they do jump the start even by a second, you know, and obviously that's quite disappointing for the athletes, and, you know, it's not something that we want to see.
Well, what happens is the race director is more than likely out on the boat. So what he's doing is he is watching with an eagle eye to see who jumps. Or the other thing they're really watching for is who is pumping correctly. So in this pumping leg, the riders are not allowed to use their wings at all. They have to be using the general grab handle. I'm not sure if that's a technical term for it, but if they grab any of the actual main handles on the wing, it is a DQ. Tituan Galea, the Cabrina rider, New Cal gentleman, got DQ'd in elimination number 1 over at Pilot Bay because he grabbed one of the middle handles. Tituan was a bit disappointed. He said he was in the pump leg and dragging his wing behind him and was flopping in the water, so he reached back and happened to grab a middle handle, and unfortunately the race director saw it and he DQ'd him.
And look, what's going to happen in that pump section, Chris, if they really just can't keep themselves up on the water and they come off the foil, can they use their wing?
Yeah, they can use the wing, but more than likely it's going to be a DQ. So what happens is if you can't make it through the pump section, or you didn't have enough speed, or something goes wrong, you come off foil and then you're just basically dead in the water. That is not where you want to be. You're going to get passed. You're going to get run into you. We had that happen in Taiba between Francesco Capuzzo, the Italian RRD rider, last year, who was competing for the championship. He was in the lead and he came off foil at the very end of the pump section, and another racer actually bumped him from behind and took him out. A bit controversial, but this is what happens in close quarter racing.
Look, just for the people online, Chris, where are we at the moment? Obviously, we saw a general recall as it looks like, was it Tituan that jumped the start?
No, that was Bastien Escoffier, the Patrick International rider. So green flag is up. Let's see if it's a good start. I see a rider going down. He just overfoiled trying to go into little. It is Tituan in front again. So he got the whole shot last time, and it looks like he is in front. Tituan going around the first marker. That might be Clement Colmas. Behind him, his cousin. Looks like maybe that's Zane from Maui. That's Aiden Nichols on the Armstrong wing.
So they're going to go out, they're going to round this can, which is going to bring them into their pump section.
So here comes Tituan. He's building up as much speed as he can with the wing, and as soon as he hits that pump section, he has to let go of the wing. There he goes. So Tituan is now, Tituan gets a wave because that's what he does. He's from New Cal, and all they do is ride waves. So this guy's just a natural at that.
And you can see that he really maintains his pace. You know, when he's up on his wing, he's really got that pace going. But as soon as he gets into the pump section, he really pumps hard and is able to maintain his pace as he rounds that can. He's going to round this can, and his wing's going to come back up as he pushes towards the finish line, which, as you can see, is between that blue flag and that yellow can. And it looks like Tituan's taking the win here.
Yep, looks like Tituan takes the win. I believe that's Zane behind him, which I think his pumping really helped him. Clement did not have a very good pumping section. And then that's Lloyd, the local New Zealand rider who just came off foil on that Ensis wing there. Lloyd is really fast and one of the local guys I expect a lot out of. He's an experienced racer, and that's what happens. He's on a tiny race foil, and the thing is it's a 500 probably, which is it's basically like a big steak knife. So the poor guy has no pumping ability. When you pump that thing, it does nothing. So unfortunately, local rider Lloyd on that Ensis backed wing, unable to maintain. He comes off foil, and he's going to finish last.
Yeah, look, we're just going to swing the camera back over towards the start line and see where we're at with the flags. We can see the red flag up, which means we're at our 3-minute call, right?
Yep, so we're at the 3-minute call, and it looks like the women are back out there again. So the women are in a good position. They're going to get multiple eliminations done, which means they're going to have a couple different discards.
Well, we're really looking at a smaller pack, right? The women are going to get in a lot more eliminations just due to the sheer size of their part of the competition, right?
Yeah, so the women in elimination is one race for them because they can fit all the ladies in one race, whereas the men they have 40 riders here and 4 heats, 2 semis, and then the 2 finals. So what is that? That's 8-1 is what it is. So definitely easier for the girls out there to, on one hand, they race a lot more. So it's really tiring. Racing is challenging. You get out there, you're stressed out about the 3 minutes. You're trying not to come off foil. You're trying to go fast. And then, usually what happens, at least in my case, I'm not very fast, but I get a decent start. I make it three quarters of the way through the course, and then I make a mental mistake. As soon as that happens, you come off foil, and then, very disappointing.
Yeah, and really the thing about this is, if we compare this the slalom racing to the freestyle, we see them coming off foil, at least in this competition in the freestyle all the time, and it takes them a little while to get back up, but really in the racing you just don't have that time. Once you're off foil, it's really all over for you.
Yeah, you're done. As soon as you come off foil or touch or over foil or drag your wingtip, a lot of these racers are on huge wings, 6-7 meter wings. So what happens is they're just not used to the sheer size of these wings, and they drag the wingtip. Then that catapults them forward. So we're seeing the yellow flag for the women. That means we are less than 2 minutes. As soon as that flag goes down, that signifies the final 1 minute. So when those racers are out there, so yellow flag looks to be down. At this point, the racers are looking at their watches. Hopefully it's synced with the race committee's timer, and they are now getting ready for the start. So I expect Amy Bright, the New Zealand youngster riding for F1 today, to be really fast. She's lost the last 2 to Nia Swardia, the Tarifa duotone-backed Roxy rider. So these two are really putting on a show at the front. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's really exciting as well when we look out there, Chris. We can see some white caps starting to form, which obviously signifies that the wind's starting to pick up, and we really can just hope for more wind today, right?
Yeah, it should stick around for the rest of the day. At least that's what we're hoping. So the women are approaching the start line, hoping for that green flag and not jumping it. I see Orain, I see Amy and Nia. Amy looks to be in the back, which is usually not where she starts. So maybe she knows something these other ladies don't on the sequence. So they're all stalling right now. So we'll see if anyone jumps this. Oh, there's the green flag. I'm not sure if anyone... Oh, they were over early.
Recall, so.
Yep, there's that general recall.
Look, and it's definitely tricky from this angle because really it's quite two-dimensional for, we're seeing what you're seeing from here in the broadcast setup, so it's hard to see who really does jump the line, but as you can see, the committee boat's out there and the guys have got a perfect line to
I think that might have been... I'm not sure who's on that white wing. Maybe if we could zoom in on that, the wing in the water right there. Oh, that's Bowen van der Linden, the Netherlands rider for North. Oh, sadly, Bowen is going to be DQ'd out of that. That was interesting because Amy Bright may have more experience than anyone in this group right now from her windfoiling days, and Amy was holding back on that. That leads me to believe that she knew that Bowen was going to be early on that. So now we have the committee flag up, which means we're about to start a 2-minute start sequence. So there's the horn, 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, look, it's always disappointing, as we were just saying, Chris. They come out here and they give it a really good shot, and it's totally disappointing to jump that start because it means they're out before they even go, but... The rules are the rules, right? That's how it works, and that's how it's got to happen. Is it normal that when someone jumps the start that they'll always call a general recall?
This is an area where there are times when, riders will get away with a slight jump. The guys on the boat are human. All the race directors are human. You just never know. Sometimes they're like, they're a little stricter than others because we're talking about, inches at this point. So sometimes
this is Bowen we can see
this
here,
is
isn't
Bowen
it, coming
coming in. So she's going to be disappointed, but the good news is I believe this is women's elimination number 6 already, if not 7. So they have 1 discard. So this Bowen is going to be like, okay, so race number 5 doesn't count for me.
And how do their points work, Chris? So like, is it a certain amount of points for a win, or how do they get scored on this?
It's basically finishing position per elimination. And then those are all totaled up to give you a final winner. And then again, so let's say that the women get through 8 rounds. That means they can count their best 6. Whereas if the men get through, let's call it 7 rounds, they are only going to get that 1 discard. Like the champion from last year, 2022, Tituan Gailea, race champion, he was disqualified and pretty upset about it over in Pilot Bay a few days ago because he was winning. And again, we talked about he grabbed the wrong handle in the pump section and the judges were on top of that. So they DQ'd him. So Tituan definitely is in a position where he wants to run as many eliminations as possible. So Bastian Escoffier is in the same boat. He won in Pilot Bay, but was just DQ'd on the start in the men's final. So both those guys are looking to eliminate those bad results.
Yeah, look, and they always want to be able to do that. The yellow flag is down, so I'm assuming we're looking pretty close to starting.
Yellow flag signifies 1 minute to start. So now the ladies, so there's three ladies out there, and they're all fast. So I know Arain wants to do better than 3rd on this one. So let's see what she can do. Maybe Arain, the starboard free wing rider from New Cal, will, she'll really try and time the start. I'm going to keep my eye on Amy Bright, the New Zealand 17-year-old on the F1, the blue Strike V2, because she seems to be really dialed in on her starts.
Yeah, well, it seems to be her race, this, right? She obviously did well in the freestyle. She didn't take it out, but she gave her best shot. But really, she has said that this is her thing. The slalom is her race.
Well, you can see them approaching now. Arain looks like she is trying to get the whole shot. Amy and Nia have been battling. Nia has won the last race or 2. So Nia expects to come into this and win the slalom. So green flag. Hopefully we got a clean start.
Looks like a clean start. And
looks like Arain in front, so she is really going for it. I know she's trying to impress her sponsors. Oh, Amy just gets by Nia.
Amy's coming in hot, close behind, but yeah, you can definitely see that Nia has a lead out front as they come around that first buoy, and they're gonna head straight out round the yellow one and turn back round to the right.
Oh, look at Nia trying to go around Amy on the outside, a little more aggressive. They're both trying to catch Arain. Arain, I know, is looking for a victory here. She got a great start, so let's see how she does on the pump leg. This is where these races can really be won or lost. Looks like Nia's peeling off to the outside to maybe catch a little bump to get some more energy to ride it in.
Yeah, look, and we can even see in this that Amy is pumping really hard to try and keep up, but it does not look like the gap is closing. It looks like it's staying
they're
exactly
all
the
pretty
same.
tight right there, Liam. I think Arain might pull this off because she's on the inside. Looks like Nia's coming off, which is in turn going to take Amy out. So Nia Suardia with a little strategy there. At least if Amy gets going faster, Arain takes the win. And it looks like Nia is going to come home in 3rd. The youngster from Tarifa is really fast, and she's a competitive young woman, so I think she's going to be disappointed in that result. So it's fun to see these athletes ride together and train together, and Nia was giving Amy some freestyle tips, and I'm sure Nia is now trying to convince Amy to switch from windfoiling over to winging because it's just so much more fun, and to come on the tour and do some more rounds with her.
Yeah, look, and I think it's really cool, especially with the small contingent of women compared to the men competing in this competition, that they do just naturally spend more time together. There's less of them, and they all hang out together. Compared to the blokes, there's 40 plus in the competition here in New Zealand. It's a bigger crew for them to get around, but really for the girls, there's only 5 or 6 of them, right, Chris?
Liam, it goes up to 20 at some events for the women, and that's one of the things that there's this real push to get more young women involved in the GWA side of things. We want to see 32 women in the freestyle and racing side of things. more and more are starting to wing because winging is such an accessible sport. More and more are starting to try freestyle. So what people are really doing, like Fiona Wild, the starboard rider free wing from Hood River, she has a wind and water program where she's taking local kids in Hood River and teaching them how to wing, teaching them how to swim, teaching them how to paddle, which is amazing. And there's a real focus on getting more young women out there. So Fiona sadly has a shoulder injury that she's just recovering from, so we're missing her in New Zealand, but hopefully we'll see her in the next rounds.
Now, Chris, you keep mentioning this Hood River place. Is that somewhere pretty special to foiling?
Hood River is one of the better spots in the United States. San Francisco, Crissy Field is considered one of the top spots. And, of course, the Hawaiian Islands, Maui in particular, are amazing. Really strong trade winds. There's a beach called Kanaha, Ho'okipa, just these amazing spots. And we really hope that maybe one day the GWA can get an event in Hood or San Francisco. Might be a really good spot. Crissy Field gets amazing wind, big swell. That'd be nice. Of course, Maui's always fun. But what we're trying to do from being from the U.S. is get more U.S. riders into the tour. Sadly, the challenge is just the travel side. Our travel is always 3 flights, if not more. We're jet lagged every single trip. So it's just the sheer volume of travel compared to the European riders who might bounce from Le Cap, France down to Tarifa, which is, like us going from Oregon to California. It's a simple flight.
Yeah, and I think that's it's truly to understand the scale of traveling to an event like this. You've come over with your son Chris competing, and just the sheer quantity of equipment you bring is pretty out the gate, right?
Well, that's the thing, Liam. We've got our travel bags down to, we have 4 large wing bags that basically comes down to 150 pounds each. Or each one of us has, it's like 75 pounds a bag almost. So you're almost traveling with 300 pounds of gear, and we are down to the minimum. That is just the small amount of boards, the right foils, and a few wings. That's it. So yes, it is a challenge traveling, but we're definitely not complaining. We're super appreciative. F1 has been an amazing sponsor for Christopher. Monero wetsuits, like those guys are so good, so kind to us. We're just grateful and appreciative to even be in New Zealand, this beautiful place. We have no complaints. The food's been amazing. Yes, we'd like to have Mother Nature give us a bit more wind, but we'll take it. It's been so fun here, and everyone in New Zealand's really friendly. We've had a great time climbing up the mount. It has been really nice.
Yeah, it's been one of those things with this event in New Zealand, right? Like, it's totally an awesome place to have this event, but weather has definitely been a challenge this week, right? We've been back and forth between the Mount Beach and Pilot Bay, really just trying to chase that wind. And for those of you who don't know the geography of the area we're in, Mount Maunganui here in Tauranga, New Zealand, it's really a peninsula. We have the main side of the beach, which we're on now, which we're calling Main Beach, and this is kind of where the competition is aiming to be held. This is the surf beach. There's not a lot of surf out there today, but really this is where we get the surf. This is where we get the weather. But on the other side of the peninsula, we have what's called Pilot Bay, and that's the inside of the harbour, and depending on the wind direction, that is a better place to race. It's where we held the freestyle competition, and it was really where we had that little pocket of wind. What day was that now? We're looking at a Thursday. Was that on Tuesday maybe that we had freestyle?
Yeah, that was pretty early on. Now, what the GWA did, which was pretty smart this year, is they gave this a long contest window. So what that means is GWA New Zealand, the first stop here, was at least 10 plus days of opportunity for the wind. Now, a lot of spots like Lanzarote, which is always windy. It's like clockwork. It's going to be a lot easier to get things run. New Zealand is one of those spots where they've really needed all 10 days. And what's so challenging, and no one can really see from home, is like just for Liam and the live stream crew, it's like they are running back and forth, 3 kilometers away to Pilot Bay. And then at 2 o'clock, the race director is saying, oh, it's windy back at the main beach. So they're dragging their trailer back, their equipment, their Starlinks, these huge cameras. This is a full production crew. And it's crazy. I'm sitting in this trailer right now watching the same screens you are, and I'm looking at servers and routers and printers and screens, and this is a major production. So the fact that it's not all in the same place all the time so they can stay set up is really impressive. So Mother Nature's thrown a couple. Maunganui is just beautiful. It's this giant mount right behind us. The hiking has been gorgeous. The surfing has been insane. So Liam, this has been A+. Thank you, New Zealand, for the hospitality and all the amazing meals we've had at all the restaurants down here. So thank you very much. Bullet Espresso has been fantastic. Tip Top Ice Cream is clearly one of the favorites of the competitors. I know they're just loving the ice cream. Army and his crew, Armstrong Foils, those guys have, the stoke is so high. They have all their gear down here. Definitely a really good event.
Yeah, look, and as you can see on the camera now, it's just we're looking at a beach of nothing really today. The weather is overcast at best today, and really we're the only ones out here, but we're frothing. We're here to compete. This is Mount Maunganui. You can see in the background of the shot now, and I think we're actually sitting on a bit of a standby at the moment, just waiting for the results to come in to figure out who's on next.
Yeah, it looks like we might be on a weather hold. I'm not sure what the wind is doing, so we're kind of on standby. So right now there's still a few guys out just playing in the surf. We still need to finish the tow foil competition with Cash Berzole, the young Armstrong rider from Maui, who has just absolutely made a name for himself in this competition. Really crushed it in the freestyle, and then had the absolute standout ride on the tow foil part. And, a good buddy of his also from Maui, Zane Schweitzer, who is already a legendary waterman. The guy is like 27, about to have his first baby, starboard rider, free wing, and he's already considered a legend in Maui. But he said to me on the beach when we saw Cat, that's probably the best prone tow foil run that he'd ever seen. 3 tricks landing on foil, backflip, 360, and a giant air. To do one of those is impressive, but to do all 3 is just basically unheard of.
And is tow foiling something we would typically see as part of this competition, Chris?
No, the tow foil really stems from the fact that we just haven't had the best wind. The main objective of GWA, the Wingfoil Association, is to, what we are fingers crossed for, is waves at this main beach and side off winds or side on. If that happens, we can just treat the public to some insane riding by these guys. Because the thing is flat water freestyle is completely different than wave freestyle. So for example, Christopher McDonald, the Hood River local F1 Monera backed rider, did fantastic in flat water freestyle, but who knows what happens if we were in waves. And if we had waves and wind, the whole scoring format changes. So what the GWA has really been good at, and I have to give my hats off to them and the committee, because they adapt. They adapt to the conditions. They've been moving from Pilot Bay back to the main beach. If there's waves and wind, they're going to do 1 wave and 1 trick. If it's really windy, maybe they'll give them 2 tricks and 2 waves. So they're not just stuck in the sand and saying we have to follow the rule book. There's an ability for them to be flexible and, adapt to the conditions.
And I think that's another really cool thing about the GWA, is that the GWA is really here to give the riders a platform to succeed, right? It's not always about following the rules to a T, because as you said, the rules adapt and the judging conditions change as per the weather conditions, which is really cool. But it's also really cool to be able to see some flat water freestyle and some surf freestyle, because it gives advantage to some people when we're in the flat water, because that's what they train in, and it gives advantage to some people when in the waves, because that's what they train in. So it's really a all-rounder competition this time in Tauranga. It's not just for the flat water guys, right?
Yeah, I mean, and some spots are traditionally flat water, but New Zealand is considered a wave freestyle spot. Whether Mother Nature cooperates and we get the waves and the wind. Earlier in the week, we had amazing waves, and unfortunately, we just didn't get the wind. So it looks like we've got a bunch of riders going out. That's Francesco Capuzzo on the white wing and the orange helmet. Francesco always wears that orange helmet, and he told me yesterday he took it from his school back in Italy because it really stands out, the bright orange. So I appreciate that, Francesco. He's one of our I'm going to call him our feistier racers. He gets out there and, that Italian blood starts boiling when it doesn't go his way. But he sure is fun to watch. He's super fast. He's a really great guy. Fun fact, him and his girlfriend, Charlotte, have this amazing dog named Nacho, which I just love the name. I'm not sure how you come up with the name Nacho being from Italy, but anyways, we like it.
Yeah, it's been really cool watching the slalom, and some standouts for me, as you've just said, have been Francesco. He's really well balanced in terms of on the wing. He really has control of what he's doing. But coming into the pump section, I really don't see him lose speed. If anything, it's gaining speed. He's got the strength in his legs and the strength in his pump that he doesn't lose that speed. And also watch the way he pumps. He's not going all the way into the water. He's only traveling half his
half his foil length at a time, and you can really see that he's got intense, quick pumps as opposed to big, long strokes, right?
Well, Francesco's a pretty well-rounded athlete. I know he's a really amazing windsurfer. He comes from a family of windsurfers. He's a professional kiter as well. He's a strapless guy. He really does it all, which he just loves being on the water. I know he's a surfer. He's into it all. And most of these guys are they're kind of living the dream. These are these young athletes that are all, really, really amazing on the foil, but they'll do anything. Like, I've seen these guys in Brazil before, back in Fortaleza 2 years ago, when there was huge shore break, and the Boyer brothers, Camille and Julian, were just body surfing, and they had the biggest smiles on their face as they would get pounded by 10-foot shore break, and you can't help but just smile seeing these guys living their best life.
Yeah, another one that another couple of people that have really stood out to me in the slalom competition has been the Boyer brothers from France, right? Every race I've seen them come into, they're always front of the pack around that first buoy, and they race together. It's almost like they're in sync. You watch them take their turns, you watch them in the pump section. It's literally almost synchronized riding.
Well, those guys they're just such good people, you know what I mean? And a lot of times it's not about winning, it's just about how you carry yourself and how you present yourself for your sponsors. And the Boyer brothers are just an amazing example for some of these younger riders on sportsmanship and friendship. And you see Camille and Julian, for example, in Taiba in Brazil, the final event of 2022, I think it was Julian that broke his foil, and his brother came over and gave him his board and let him win the heat because, he was ahead in the championship race. So, and they're smiling and laughing, and they come in, and you're just like, that's amazing that these brothers are that stoked to just be out there. They don't care who wins. I've seen that out of Tituan Galea. Like, I've always told Christopher that Tituan's an amazing example for him because he'll lose a heat to him and be the first guy on the beach to give him a big hug. And, they're talking about it and laughing and smiling. So that's a really nice thing, the way that these athletes really care about each other. This isn't really a cliquey group. It's not like people all hang out together. They go eat meals, they stay together. And then when they train, they all train together. Most of the time after these events, like in Brazil, all the riders will kind of go on a mini little adventure and go train in different wave breaks. So pretty neat group out here. We're just grateful to be able to do this. You see the riders heading back out, so it looks like we are going to be moving on to men's elimination number 3. So that means they're going to start over on that. So again, we're going to have 4 heats of 10 riders. Now, for those of you at home, in that heat, there's 9 or 10 riders. The top 5 will move on to the semis. The bottom 5 are sitting on the beach for another hour.
Yeah, and I think it's really cool to understand, when you do these competitions that it's really about understanding what we can do in the different winds. There was the freestyle was something that the competition wanted to get out of the way really early on to make sure that we left enough space to cram in literally as many eliminations as possible, because the more eliminations we can give them, the more opportunity they have to drop some bad scores and count some good ones, right?
Yeah, I still am waiting on the results from that elimination number 2, but we do see it looks like the red flag is up, so the competitors know that they have their 3 minutes. They're out there, they're getting up on foil. There goes Christopher McDonald, the F1 rider in the yellow helmet there. He is going to be on his 4.5 strike V2. He loves that. That's his race wing. He's on a 40-liter Rocket S, and then he rides the 600 skate right now. I think that's his fast foil, or possibly the 530 Escape, but that's his race kit. So those guys are all making their way out there, and their main goal in this is you don't necessarily need to win your heat, you just need to be top 5.
Yeah, and it's that's the thing, right? It's not actually about whether they can win the heat. It's not about whether they can win the semi. It's all about being in that top 5, because when we come to that final race, it's so competitive. It's effectively the top 10 of all 40 riders, as you've said, and you watch them go out there in that final and they really just cane it. That's where we see the Boyer brothers, and we see Francesco, and we see Tituan, and we see all those guys really going hard against each other, because that is what's going to count. The heat, top 5, as you said, save yourself for those big races.
Yeah, don't forget, Bastian Escoffier. He's definitely one of the faster guys out there. You know, the guys to watch, I think, are the Boyers, Capuzzo, Galea, Bastian, Oscar Leclerc, the Voyer rider. We got Vinny Martin on the Neil Pride gear. He's looking pretty fast. We got Clement Colmes. Don't forget about him. Zane Schweitzer. All these guys are actually really fast. So, I mean, it comes down to how you get your start and, managing your race watch, basically.
Yeah, and the race watches, I went down on the beach and had a bit of a look at them before, and I don't imagine they're relatively easy to read while you're out there under pace, right?
Well, there are specific ones that these racers have. We found the one we like. We just get it on Amazon in the U.S. It's like $100, and it's got real big buttons, and you have the 3-minute timer on there, and there's like 2 buttons, start and stop and reset. So essentially, if you can hit it right when the start boat tells you to, you're pretty good to go.
Because they're all manually synced, right? So the guys are out there on their foil with their wing, and when they see the flag, they hit their watch.
Well,
right?
They don't even base it on the flag, because a lot of time the flagman's not right. They want to hear the verbal race director say, sequence in 3, 2, 1, now. Because if you wait on the flag, there they go. It looks like we have a start. Can't quite tell from that camera angle who's out front.
Looks like potentially the rider on the white wing. No, there we go. One of the Bouillet brothers, maybe?
I am not sure who's in this heat. I don't have the latest stuff, but we'll be able to tell when they come pumping at us. I see some Armstrong wings. I see some RRD wings.
Yeah, look, so as they come past this red can, they're going to go into their pump leg.
Yep. That looks like Francesco to me in front. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's him, because I can tell by his pump style.
Who's that? Who's that over here in the white helmet here, Chris?
Let me see if I can find the fucking start sheet. Damn it.
And looks like that's Francesco up front. Yeah, that's definitely him. You can tell by the orange helmet, and looks like he may have taken the cake on this heat. Not by much, but it looks like he has.
Yes, that, okay.
And look, we're seeing a red flag for heat 2 now, which looks like they're getting the next heat ready. But yeah, that last heat, we definitely saw Francesco Capuzzo cross the line first, which is quite cool.
Liam, we're definitely getting some wind gusts coming through, but we're also getting some rain now. So this should definitely spice things up for the racers. It looks like the rain, this is a bit of a squall that some of the local guys were predicting that could bring 30 knots. So a lot of these racers are out here on 6-meter wings and, giant wings trying to go as fast as possible. So this should be fun for them. Little rain and the wind picking up a bit. So I'm not going to say I'm complaining being in the trailer here with you, Liam. It looks like the flag is still up. Hope the camera crew is able to get those cameras a little bit covered in this quick squall. Here, go back to the boat. Okay. There's a lot of water on the lens. So we got heat number 2. I think we are still in sequence. It's really tough to tell from here. The cameras are covered in water. The lenses are all getting fogged up, but we're going to do our best to get them cleaned up. I believe this is Zane Schweitzer, Aiden Nichols, Bastian Escoffier, Encore, Souza, the young Cabrina rider from Fuerteventura, Jeremiah McDonald, Sam Tom, Finn Pye, Army Armstrong, and William Novak.
Sweet. So are you able to zoom up on the start line for us? Because I've lost my PTZ. Yeah, I think Sam moved it. I'm currently flying blind with one locked off camera on it.
So we're going to give a shout out to the race director. I believe Juan Antonio is out there on that committee boat right now. We just had one of the local riders throw a big Rayleigh off the off the wave. That's always fun. We're going to zoom in on him and see what we got.
Boat with the flag, please. That's what we're looking for. Boat with the flag. No, not that one. The other boat with the flag. Sorry, that's our finishing flag.
So I did just hear a horn. I'm not sure what we're doing at this point. Yeah, we got a general recall. It's really stormy here. I'm not sure if you all at home can tell. That's the blue and yellow flag up. It is absolutely dumping. We've really gotten a little bit of all kinds of weather here, Liam. Rain, wind.
Yeah, look, I definitely want to give big shout out to our broadcast and media teams. On a day like today, it's really difficult with this weather and the rain, and as you can see from that shot right now, it's dark. Our lenses are soaked. Our operators are soaked. It's just completely downpoured. So we really apologize to you guys online. We're definitely trying our best to make this more, to make it so you can see. But we're seeing what you're seeing, so we'll commentate what we're seeing and we'll do our best.
Yeah, I can see a bunch of the riders. They're still having a good time. They did do what we call a general recall, but most of the riders are still out there having fun. I see Christopher McDonald, the Hood River local. He won the freestyle a few days ago. I know he's still really enjoying that win. Stoked to get, that's his second win. He won in Silva Plana last year, the F1 Monera backed rider. So he's on cloud 9, and racing is fun for him, but he's still just stoked on the freestyle side.
Yeah, and what you can see from the shot that we're looking at now, guys, apart from an extremely wet camera and an extremely grainy lens, is a general recall flag. So they're lining everyone up to go again. And our guys are genuinely trying their best out there. But this weather is not ideal at all. I'm just going to go back to the other camera so you can see how much water is coming in. It is so foggy out there. We're standing on the shore and we cannot see a thing.
Yeah, it's pretty tough right now. I mean, they do have a little bit of wind. I'm looking at the youngster from Fuerteventura right now, Encore Sosa. I'm so impressed with this young man. He's always got a huge smile on his face. His dad, Victor, is a really nice man, and he's one to watch. He ended up 4th on the freestyle and absolutely crushed it.
Yeah, cool. It's we're still seeing a general recall flag, guys, as you can see on the stream. Very, very difficult to see anything, as I've just said. But we're genuinely trying our best, and the riders are not going to have a lot of vision out there, especially once they get under pace. That water's going to be right in their eyes. So we're just waiting to see what's happened. But I think our camera team are just working on cleaning some lenses and making it so you can see a bit better. So yeah, we're doing our best. The riders are all tacking around at the moment, just waiting to be told what's happening.
Yeah, I can't tell what flag's up on the committee boat. There's a horn, so that might be. So what happens is for these riders out there, it's actually harder to come into the beach to try and get information. So if they come into the beach and then realize that all of a sudden, they're about to start the start sequence again, then they got to rush back out. So for them, a lot of times they'll just ride around the committee boat and wait for information from there. The guys on the boat have radios and are, the main guys in charge. So
yeah, look, we're trying to get a shot where we can clearly see what the flag is on the committee boat at the moment. But yeah, we have nothing for you at the moment. I'm sorry, people online. While we're here though, Chris, what are these conditions going to do for racing? Obviously you can see just from looking outside at the moment that the wind has picked up. The flags are really going for it. Is this gonna improve our racing today, or is this gonna really hinder what we're trying to do?
No, I mean, these guys want to get at least 4 eliminations done, and we're literally just starting number 3.
What we can see now, Chris, sorry I'm going to interrupt you, is we can see a yellow flag, which means we're looking at 2 minutes.
Yep. If the yellow flag is up, that means we are in a start sequence. Where are you seeing the yellow flag?
Seeing it up here.
Yep. I think they are in start sequence, so they're going to keep pushing through this. The GWA, they understand that these racers really want to get their runs in, their 4 elimination rounds, because then they can get a discard. So yellow flag is up, which means less than 2 minutes. When that flag goes down, we will be
like a bad weather system, right? Is that what you would call
a
a
hurricane? Happens like in Florida and New Orleans, and they start offshore and then they spin and then they just dump massive amounts of rain and
Yeah,
usually flood things.
So we get cyclones here, and normally a lot of our cyclones come from the tropics. You know, they go over the Fiji and Rarotonga and Samoa and Tonga and all those places first. But the worst one we've had recently really just devastated the east coast of New Zealand, one of the worst cyclones we've ever had. And yeah, so we're kind of recovering from that. The surf's kind of just gone down from the tropical cyclone, but the surf has been absolutely crazy over the last last month or two. You know, it's been absolutely pumping up the east coast. But that's the horn. So we're going to see if our camera operator could potentially get us a bit of a wider shot so we can see what's going on at the moment. But currently we're flying a bit blind, guys. Can you get me something? Can you zoom out? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we definitely had a start for that. So these guys are racing right now. I'm not sure who's winning. If we can, any information we get, we will definitely update all you viewers at home.
Yeah, I think our camera team's working really hard on getting their cameras waterproof, so we really apologise for what's happening. But at the end of the day, we don't want to lose any equipment here, guys. So it's definitely a work in progress at the moment, and we will come back to you once we have a better shot.
I see Bastian. It looks like he's in front. That's where he's going to want to be, in the pumping leg. There's Francesco with the orange helmet.
Looks like he's sitting near the front, isn't he?
So this is Heat 1.
Is that Francesco pumping out here on the side? That might have been Chris. Orange board, blue wing. Is that Chris?
Yep, that's Christopher.
Yeah, he's coming through on the pump leg. Looked like he came in maybe 7th or 8th. Look, we don't have any updates for you at the moment. We're just waiting for our live scoring to come through. But for those of you online, we're here at day 7 of the GWA Tour here in Tauranga. And, you know, it's the weather has really just packed in. My name's Liam, and I'm sitting here with Chris McDonald Sr., all the way from Hood River, United States. Chris McDonald Jr. is competing in the competition. He's just gone in his heat, and we're really just waiting to see what happens. The vision is really low, as you can see from the stream. We cannot see what is going on. We're definitely trying our best out here to get you guys some content, but man, it is tricky. We've had really patchy weather over the last few days. There's been no wind. It's been really, really, really hot, and we've really just had the weather come in today. We've had the wind come in, the overcast come over, and it's really just started to move. But with that has come some rain, and we just had a big patch of rain come through, which has made everything wet and made us real misty. So yeah, we're trying our best out here, team, but we'll come back to you when we have some more information or potentially some more shots for you.
Well, Liam, it's interesting. The rain has actually died down, and now the vision issue is just that it's really foggy out on the water, or it's just a gray blob out there. I'm actually looking out of the trailer instead of the cameras, seeing if I can see, you know, where we are in this. We are in men's elimination number 3. I'm still trying to get results.
Can you wipe it at all? Can you try and focus it? Is it on manual focus? Okay. Can you zoom in a bit maybe? Show me the start boat. Look, guys, I think what we're going to do here on the live stream, unless we can... Oh, no, we might be all right here, guys.
Yeah, it looks like we got a good start here. So let's see.
Looks like potentially Chris McDonald out there on the orange board and the blue wing coming around that cam. We'll just get the camera. Camera is looking good. Who have we got out here? Is that Chris?
Yeah, that's Christopher in front, so he makes it around the buoy. It looks like he finally got a good start. We'll see what he can do here. So he's riding toe side right now instead of switching his feet. So the young F1 Monera-backed rider, he's in the pumping leg. He's on a really tiny foil like the rest of these guys, so let's see how he can do here.
Man, he's got some impressive pace on him today compared to yesterday. You know, he did come off in the slalom yesterday, but he's really taking the lead out here today, isn't he?
Yeah, he was a bit disappointed yesterday. Apparently, he didn't cross the finish line, and he came off foil and thought he was through to the semis, but didn't make it. So he got a little time off yesterday, which isn't the end of the world, taking a little break.
Yeah, look, we'll just keep going.
So he definitely is going to advance out of that one.
Who are we looking at in front of him there? That's just crossed the finish line about now.
I think that's one of the local riders. That's a Wigglesworth, one of the brothers. So
they've been really impressive in the competition as well. You know, it's been really cool to see the local riders really out here killing it.
Yeah, both Wigglesworths were really good in the surf. Was watching both boys prone surfing, and you can just tell these locals that this is what they do a lot of the time, and they just rip in the surf. So it looks like we are now moving on to, let's see who we got next. That was...
Yep, that's the one. Looks like we have a red flag, which is this heat 8 of the men's?
No, this is going to be heat 4. So we are in elimination 3, heat 4, because Christopher just went with heat 3. So let's go back and see who's on this start list. So this is Heat 4, Round 3. Tituan Gailea, Thomas Robertson, Lloyd Perot, Josh Collins, Costa Gladiotis, Julian Boyer, Alain Fedit, Sebastian Barufoldi, and Alex Giacomini.
No, really, who are we watching in this one? Probably Tituan, right? He's probably our person we think is going to take the cake, maybe followed closely by Boyer.
Yeah, I see the 2-minute flag in the air, Liam. You know, I got my eye on Tituan, I got my eye on Julien Boyer, and of course Alain Fedit, who had his best finish in the freestyle. The AFS rider, riding for Germany this year. He rode for France last year. It's kind of interesting. I like the way he told me that little side story. But he was on the podium in freestyle for the first time.
What did he come in freestyle? Was it 3rd?
He came in 3rd, and, you know, I thought he might be one of the guys to be, you know, on the top 2, if not number 1. But he did end up with the podium, and I know he was super stoked. He's one of our innovative riders, meaning he's trying all these new tricks. So a lot of times the judges and myself announcing had no idea what he was doing. I know it was really cool. I want to go back and watch it with him and have him explain to me what he was doing. But he's super fast. He's a real smart guy, and he builds boards and designs foils and stuff. So this guy's, you know, he's the whole package.
Yeah, he was really impressive yesterday, you know, and not yesterday, day before when we were looking at the freestyle. He really went out there, and as you said, he was doing tricks no one else was doing, but he was nailing it, and that's really cool to see as well because, you know, there is the conventional tricks that people are pulling and pulling them well. You know, our guy who came out on top, Christopher McDonald, really pulled some really clean tricks and was landing them really well, but it was awesome to see that, you know, Alain was pushing the boundaries and he was really trying some new stuff. That looks
all
like
right,
a start,
green flag. That is
Armstrong rider has just come off.
Way out front, Alain Fedit in 2nd. That's Lloyd, the local New Zealand rider. Lloyd is on that Ensis, the clear and bright orange, and that looks like, oh, that's definitely a Boyer in 3rd.
Is it Julian in this race?
Let's see. That is Julian. So Julian's in 3rd. He's in a comfortable position. So I like to look at the top 5, and then the guy in 6 he's the one who's got to really push it because he wants to make the semis. There's Tituan. Tituan's always fast.
I mean, this is an expected performance, really. Tituan is fast, and he's really performing well. He's coming round that buoy now.
So see the way Tituan's holding that handle? He's going to be real careful not to grab one of those middle handles.
Which is a mistake he made yesterday, right?
Well, that was the mistake he made over in Pilot Bay and was DQ'd. So nothing like being in the lead and getting disqualified, and no, Tituan was not happy about that.
He's really put a big gap out in front of himself in this pump section, and he almost looks like he's cruising at the moment.
Well, Tituan's actually surfing on that wave. It looks like Alain might pull in front of him there, but Tituan doesn't care. All he wants to do is move on to the semi. this race result really means nothing as long as you're in the top 5. So I like to watch the finish like right now. So we got Alon, Tituan, and let's see who's 5 and 6.
I'm calling it's going to be Mr. Bauer coming across the line next. He's really been performing well, but let's wait and see. Who's that on that orange board there with the blue wing? Unsure who that rider is, unfortunately, but it looks like they came across 4th.
Oh, look at Boyer. He is not going to make the semis.
Oh, looks like he's come off foil.
Looks like he came off foil.
Oh, he might be back up.
He might still. This Armstrong. Oh, my gosh. He is not going to move forward.
Oh, that is seriously
that's
disappointing
a
for him.
For Julian. Julian must have come off foil in the pumping section or in a lull. It looks like with the reins back. So that is just the worst news for the RRD rider. The only thing he does have is he is going to get a rest.
Now, RRD, they're a French company, aren't they?
No, RRD is Italian.
Italian, sorry.
Yes.
And then F1 is French.
F1 is French.
Cool. I'm learning all these new brands that I've never heard of. You know, I've heard of Armstrong Foils before, our local New Zealand guys. And, you know, as you can see, they got a lot of riders out there, especially on their new wing, which you'll see is black and white out there. That's a new wing that they haven't actually released yet, but they've got a lot of their riders giving it a go, and they're actually loving it from the sounds of it. But we've got the yellow flag up for the next heat. And, Chris, do you have some names for me?
Well, we're already moving on to semifinal number 1. So a lot of these riders, they have no time in between racing. Racing's exhausting. You're not coming in and eating. You're not coming in and getting water. If you're top 5 in any one of these heats, you're either in semi 1 or semi 2. So we are at the less than 2 minutes to go yellow flag. In semi 1, I got Francesco Capuzzo, Bastien Escoffier, Clement Comas, William Novak, Camille Boyer, Sam Tom, Oscar Leclerc, Finn Pye, Callum Robertson, and Aiden Nicholson, the local Armstrong rider.
There's some guys that I'll be watching out for definitely for a good finish on this one would be Francesco Capuzzo. Of course, Camille Boyer is always going to go well, but also who else should we be looking out for?
I got my money on Bastien.
You got your money on Bastien,
the Patrick International Windsurf Company, Wingfoil Company. Patrick's been a great sponsor for Bastien, and I'm really excited to see how Bastien can do.
Yeah, look, we just waiting to see how far away from starting this race are, but we've seen the yellow flag, so the next flag we'll be seeing is a red flag, and then it'll give us a good idea that we're almost there. And, that just shows that even on a day like today, in come the fishing boats and out go the fishing boats. Yesterday when we were out in Pilot Bay, we definitely had to call quite a few stops because we were actually operating in the channel of the harbour. So we saw, cruise ships coming in and out, logging ships, container ships. It's a working harbour, but it's also a really awesome spot for a bit of this foiling.
Yeah, we definitely heard a couple big loud horns from some of those tankers.
There's our green flag.
Oh, we got a green flag. This looks like semi number 1.
Looks like potentially Camille's out front, but no, he's been overtaken. But who's that with the green wing?
I am not sure who got that start.
It was a great start, though. He really came into that first turn with some pace. Looking at Camille over here, and then...
No, that's not Camille. You know what? We're in the women's right now.
Oh.
So what they did is the ladies got to go again. So, Rain just goes down and almost gets her foil on the wing. So what they're doing is they're running a women's round. There's Nia on the pump leg. That is Amy, who has switched wings. She is on a new F1 wing, the green and blue, which I haven't seen before. Wow, that's a great-looking color. And that's Bowen Vanden Linden behind her, the North Rider. So, again, Nia and Amy out. Oh, it looks like Amy comes off foil. Can she keep it going? Nia, a few pumps. Nia Suardiaz from Tarifa is the amazing young phenom duotone Roxy rider. Amy does get it back together. Orain looks like she's off foil.
Nia definitely has the win here. That gap is something that you're not going to make up unless Nia was to come off foil. But she's just, she's really showing us how it's done with this race, right? It's definitely her strength.
Well, Nia is a veteran, and she's done a bunch of these events. Amy Bright, the New Zealand 17-year-old riding the F1 gear, she is fantastic, but the reality is this is her first wing competition. That's Bowen Linden Van. I'm so sorry, Bowen. Doing my best. The North Rider from the Netherlands. She comes across
looks
in
like
second.
Amy's come off foil and isn't going to make the finish, unfortunately, on that one.
Darn it. It looks like Amy might need to use this race as her discard. But again, Nia pulling away. She's won most of the races today. I think Nia's looking pretty in control. There's Amy. There's Orain. the New Caledonian rider.
We can see a red flag, which means we're potentially prepping for the first men's semi, right?
Yep, we are in sequence for the men's semi. So there is, I just saw Tituan in the background. He is going to be in semi 2. This is the big names in this one for me are Bastian, Francesco, Clément can always win one. He won one yesterday. Oscar Leclerc's fast, the Vayu rider. There's Aiden Nichols, the local New Zealand rider. I know Army's going to be stoked to get Aiden in there. Aiden's real fast, so we'll see what he can do. Aiden is especially good in the surf and could really catch some guys in the pump section.
I think the New Zealand riders, not being biased, they're definitely ones to watch. They seem to be really good all-rounders, but you put them in the surf, man, and they really know how to do it.
So we are in less than 2 minutes to go in men's semifinal number 1. Semifinal two is coming up, and that's going to be Hugo Wigglesworth, Alain Fedit, Christopher McDonald, Tituan Galea, Max Robinson, Costa Gladiadis, Mateo L., Josh Collins, Vinnie Martins, and Thomas Robertson.
And I mean, these are all the semi-finalists. These are the guys who've worked their way through their first heat, so they're all ones to watch. They've all performed well already today, so it's definitely going to be some exciting races coming up. As Chris said, we're looking at the yellow flag at the moment, guys, which means we're approximately, I'd say, maybe a minute and a half, closer to a minute away from getting a start, right?
So, Liam, as soon as that yellow flag goes down, we know it's the 1 minute mark. So at this point, the racers are all getting ready. Still, they know they have a full minute. There's Max Robinson, the slingshot Canadian rider. There's the Clément Comas, the New Cal rider, Tituan's cousin. There's my son, Christopher McDonald, the Hood River local F1 Monero rider. He's got the yellow helmet and the blue wing. He's in the second heat. So what he's doing is oh, there we go. Yellow flag down. We are less than a minute from the start.
Yeah, now, who was that Canadian rider you were just talking about? Sorry, Chris?
Max Robinson is the slingshot rider on the green wing, and Max is just a really good guy. And
he's been a veteran on this for a while, right? He's kind of had a go at all sorts of wing sports, hasn't
he? Yeah, he is a professional windsurfer. He's a professional winger. He's just a really good guy. He always has a giant smile on his face and always pushing the slingshot equipment and helping out some of the younger riders. Like I'm a big fan of Max's.
Awesome. Well, we obviously, as Chris has just said, the yellow flag is down, so we must be close to getting a green flag now, which we're looking out for, which will signify the start of this race.
Yeah, you can see that Armstrong rider right there. Okay. Oh, I think we might. Oh, green flag. The question is did anyone jump? But that is Bastian Escoffier out there, the French rider living in Australia, riding for Patrick International. Oh, but it looks like Clayton Comas has passed him, and Francesco Capuzzo, the Italian stallion. We got an Armstrong rider in there, Aiden Nichols, who looks like he might have snuck up the inside.
Man, Aiden Nichols is doing really well, especially in these slaloms. He's not obviously someone we would have expected to take the cake, but he really is. He's doing so well.
He's pushing Capuzzo right now.
Well.
He actually just kind of went inside on him and just did a harder downwind jibe on that, and we'll see. Aiden Nichols is in front. Let's see if oh, he's just behind Capuzzo. Let's see if the Armstrong rider can gain on Capuzzo. I do see
Capuzzo in this pump league, though. He's really got the miles on the other guys in this, in my opinion. He just pumps hard. He knows how to pump, and he really keeps his speed up.
Well, what's really interesting here, though, is that, Liam, this is just a semi. So these guys really don't care about winning it. Again, what they need is top 5. So the top 5 guys go on to the grand final, and the bottom half goes on to the mini final.
So we're looking at Capuzzo.
It looks like Clément just switches his feet.
Are we looking at
Aiden's
Bastian?
pushing. This is too close to call at the line. It's either Aiden or Francesco, followed by Clément. So let's see who's in 4th and 5th. That looks like Bastian, followed by Boyer. So those are the guys you expect to get in.
Yeah, and that was a great performance from all of them. Aiden especially, I wouldn't have expected him to be that far up in the pack, but as I said before, he's really performing well, and he's giving it his all out there. He was so close to Capuzzo, which in Capuzzo's heat, he had the win by a mile, so really cool to see these local Kiwi riders really, really showing their style on the world stage.
Yeah, this is great for Aiden. He's going to be stoked to be going on to a final. Making a final is really challenging. I mean, it's not easy being a top 10 in the world as far as racing goes, and that's what Aiden and Armstrong just proved where they are.
And we've just seen the yellow flag for the next race. Have you got some names for me? I can read those for you if you want.
I got it. This is Wigglesworth, Fedit, McDonald, Galea, Robinson, Gladiotis, Mateo L., Collins, Martins, and Robertson. So we are under 2 minutes on men's semifinal 2. These guys are all going to be looking for that top 5 spot to go into the grand final.
Looking, and we saw from our last race, we definitely saw Capuzzo, Nichols, Boyer, Bastian, and who
Almas.
Yep, and so it's depending on how this one goes, it could be a really competitive final.
Oh, the final's always competitive. And the thing is, if you make the final, I mean, you got to be one of the fastest guys in the world to even have a shot at top 3. Like, I mean, it's pretty hard to beat Galea, Escoffier, or, Capuzzo or Boyer. I mean, those names, they know how to race, and they're holding back a little bit just trying to be top 5 until that grand final. In the grand final, that's when they really, kick in the afterburners.
Oh, and the yellow flag is down, which means we're looking at 2 minutes to start?
Nope, yellow
1
flag
minute.
down means under a minute to go.
Under a minute.
So next flag we will see is green and a horn. So we're going to see if anyone jumps the start on this one.
Yeah, look, this should be a really cool race to watch. There's some really cool riders out here who are performing really well. For those who've just joined us, we're here at day 7 of the GWA Tour here in Mount Maunganui, Tauranga, New Zealand, and these races are really giving it their all. As you can see, the weather conditions aren't providing for us today. The wind gods are, but the rain gods are really not happy about it. But we've got zoomed out.
So we're looking real close to a start here. We should be just seconds away from a green flag. So we're about to see these riders all try and jump that start line. There we go. I see that looks like an F1 strike V2. Hopefully we can focus that this weather makes it. There's the green flag. Who's out front? That's Tituan Galea. I expect him every time there. We're having a little, there we go. Now we're in focus. There's Tituan. There's Christopher McDonald right behind him in the yellow helmet. That's Wigglesworth behind him. That's Robinson. That's Max is in a great position. Oh, Tituan gets passed by the young New Zealand rider Wigglesworth. Looks like Max Robinson's in 4th, and we've got an Armstrong rider. That might be Mateo L. Christopher takes over the lead from Wigglesworth. They are coming into the pumping leg. Let's see how they do. Here comes the pumping leg. We got McDonald followed by Wigglesworth, followed by Robinson, followed by L and Tituan Galea trying to make up some time. I expect the Frenchman on that gray Cabrina wing to really fly through the pump section. He's a natural. Look at Wigglesworth showing his local knowledge, catching the youngster from Hood River, Chris McDonald. Max Robertson, the Canadian, they're packing up right now. We've got Alain Fedit riding for Germany right in there. And Tituan. Christopher might throw Tituan a little elbow. They are really good friends. Big brother, little brother. Oh, look at Max Robinson. He might get a win here and go on to the main.
He's really giving it to them, isn't he? As you see, we got Robinson out front, McDonald in behind, and then who's that in 3rd? Our local Kiwi rider.
That looks like Wigglesworth to me.
I think Robinson gets across the line
Fedit.
first.
Where's Tituan? I don't even know where Tituan is off foil. Tituan is not going to make the main. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, can the young Armstrong Wigglesworth get across the line? At this point, it's almost worth it to swim. I don't think Wigglesworth made it.
That's seriously interesting performance because we just lost Tituan, we lost Camille in the last semi-final to coming off their foil, and it's just the reality of it, isn't it? Sometimes you'll have that bad luck.
Oh, Liam, this is heartbreaking for Tituan Galea. To not make the grand final means the highest he can be if he goes to the mini final is 11th. And 11th just isn't going to cut it, especially with leading the other day in Pilot Bay and getting DQ'd for holding the wrong handle. Oh, that one's going to sting for the French rider.
Yeah, and it definitely does show though that even some of these best riders out here, they are going to have bad days and they are going to have bad runs.
Well, I want to do a shout-out to Max Robinson, the slingshot rider from Toronto, Canada. He just put in a performance that I've never seen him before do racing like this. He just absolutely caught everyone somehow, and
he must be one of our
he took the win.
He must be one of the oldest riders on the field in this competition, right?
I'm not not sure on that. I know he's still in his 20s, which I'm not going to call old. So, Max, we're proud of you. You're going really fast, bud, and great job. I want to see the final results. I know you were top 3 on that, and you're going to be going on to the grand final. So,
do we have many other
congrats.
slingshot riders out here today, Chris?
No, Max is the sole rider in this contest representing Slingshot. Slingshot is actually based out of Hood River, and they're an amazing company. There are a bunch of great guys there. Wyatt Miller's the brand manager. Shout out to him. Elliot's on the kite side. Fred Hope, he's a legend. Robbie Stewart. They got a pretty good crew. Brandon, all those guys, they're good dudes.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see, as we chatted about yesterday, and I'm going to make the comment again today, is that, in the last sort of, as you were saying, year to 6 months, there's not a lot of difference in these brands of equipment, right? They're all really killing the game, whether you're talking Armstrong, F1, Slingshot, RD, all of these guys, all of their equipment is really performing exceptionally well. And obviously it comes down to, at the end of the day, whether the athlete knows how to use it. But man, these guys are providing some really good equipment for these guys to be using.
Yeah, Liam, that's right. It's a lot like cars, where in the sports car range, everything's good. It just depends on what you want. Sometimes I want a BMW, sometimes I want a Lamborghini, sometimes I want my Porsche. But the reality is all these guys are fast, all the equipment's good. And a lot of times when one manufacturer gets something really good, that they'll, you know what I mean? You see something pretty close from some of the other manufacturers come out. So, that's the way it is in this sport. We got another women's round. I'm trying to see. It looks like that is Nia again. She's got her start styled. She is followed by Amy again. It looks like Amy switched back to that original F1 wing that she was on. Orain in third, and it looks like Bowen again. Orain goes down. Oh, that's too bad for the new Cal rider. There goes Bowen on the north wing. She is in third, but it is Nia and then Amy.
Yeah, look, another women's elimination. As we said before, there's no heats and no semis for the women. They're running straight eliminations, all 4 of them every time. So they're going to get a lot more in than the blokes. So yeah, it's interesting to see. It's really cool to see. So we're sitting here on the finish line, just waiting for the girls to reach us. Unfortunately, we're struggling with a few technical difficulties at the moment, team, just due to the weather. But we're doing our best out here and trying to bring you as much action as we can. So yeah, we're waiting at the finish line. You can see the blue flag there, and yeah, we're just waiting to see who comes across first. And that looks like Amy. Amy looks like she's coming across first with that blue and orange F1 wing. What a performance from her! She's coming second in her last 2 eliminations, but looks like she's taking the cake on this one.
I'm not sure on that, Liam. I want to wait for the results to come in. So I'm going to give you a rundown on the mini final and the grand final. So the mini final is Sam Thomas Robertson, Finn Pye, Tituan Galea, where, man, this is probably his first time in the mini final. William Novak, Costa Gladiotis, Oscar Leclerc, the Vayu rider, Mateo L., Colin Robertson, and Josh Collins. In the final, we have the Armstrong local rider, Aidan Nichols from New Zealand, Max Robertson, the Canadian slingshot rider from Toronto, Francesco Capuzzo, the Italian stallion RRD guy, Christopher McDonald, F1 backed Monera sponsored, young ripper from Hood River. He is coming off winning the freestyle earlier this week. Clement Colmas, Tituan's cousin from Newcal. He rides for Free Wing and Starboard. Alain Fedit, the AFS rider who podiumed in the freestyle. Bastien Escoffier, who had an amazing freestyle heat and rides for Patrick International. Hugo Wigglesworth, the Armstrong rider. Camille Boyer, the French brother who rides for RRD and is always at the top. And my good friend Vinny Martins, the Neil Pride rider from Brazil, he was in Nazaré the last 2 seasons and did an amazing job. So we are excited. This is going to be an awesome end to men's elimination 3.
Now, Vinny is the first guy to foil Nazaré, right?
Yeah, Vinny is the first guy to actually go out there in the giant waves, and he was a little hesitant to tell us exactly how big it was, but it was something like 14 times overhead, he said.
That's pretty impressive, today we're not even looking at single overhead, and that 14 overhead is what? How many story building you reckon that is, Chris?
I'm not even going to try. I'm terrified already.
Really big.
But we are looking at what looks like the start of the mini final. Yellow flag is up, so we're in the less than 2 minutes. When that flag goes down, it's going to be less than 1 minute. So we are probably 1 minute and 30 seconds from a start here. Mini final first
on his slingshot wing, and then Camille potentially following him behind. We see Chris McDonald that's just gone out of shot, and yep, there's Alain Fadit. So it's going to be a really awesome race.
Well, we're doing the small final first, so yes. A lot of times the guys in the final will practice their starts, so they might come into sequence. So there we go. Yellow flag down. We are less than 1 minute to green. So in this one, I mean, I really think Titouan Galea is the guy to watch. Oscar Leclerc, the Vaillou rider. Oscar is French and super fast. We'll see what he's got. I'm excited also for Mateo L., the Kauai rider. Armstrong rider. He's at his first GWA event. This kid's a wizard in the waves. He always wins the sup foil contest in Hood River. He is really fast, so this will be fun for him. Even the mini final is a great competition, so if you win that, there's a lot to be said for that.
Yeah, and Mateo had his heat for his freestyle maybe on Monday, and it was definitely difficult conditions, but he really gave it his all, but unfortunately didn't make it past that, so it's really cool to see him out here competing again, right?
Yeah, this is kind of a second chance to go out and show Army, his sponsor, some love and show him how fast he is.
Right, well, we're currently...
So looks like we got a really good start. That's going to be Mateo L., the Armstrong rider, I think.
Yeah, well, it looks like we've got, definitely Mateo here with the black and white
Mateo,
Armstrong
and
wing.
Maybe that's let me see if I can figure out who the other Armstrong rider is. Or no, that's Wigglesworth, and I will update you as soon as we can figure out who these guys are. There's Titouan in a distant third, so let's see if Titouan can pick it back up. Callum. Who's Callum?
Yeah, look, unfortunately, guys, we're
Yeah,
struggling.
that looks like it's Callum Robertson out front, the local rider. Good for him. He's going fast. And
who's he riding for, do you know?
No, I do not know his sponsors. There is Titouan coming back, so Titouan is looking to catch up to Callum. Yep, Titouan cuts in, and I think Titouan might get him in this corner.
Yeah, that's definitely Callum Robertson out front, local Kiwi, which is really awesome.
Yeah, he looks like he might win this mini final.
He's definitely looks like he knows he's got a bit of a lead at the moment, and yep, he's crossed the finish line. So it looks like he's won the mini final potentially. Obviously, we'll wait for the judges to confirm that he hasn't cut anything or come off in any way. But
well, there goes Titouan, and Callum beat him by quite a bit. So, like I said, Liam, you're right. We're gonna wait for the official results. A lot of times it's hard for us to tell from the trailer. We're watching the same screens you are. There's another Armstrong rider. Looks like he's crossing.
And yeah, so that was a really cool mini final to see. Obviously Titouan did not have the performance we expected out of him today, but it's only second elimination of today, so there's heaps more to go. We're going to keep going until we don't have any more sun to keep going. So we'll be here with you all day, guys. Looks like we're lining up for the main final, which will be up shortly. We haven't seen the flag, but you can see Alain Fadit out the back there getting ready to go. Who else are we looking at?
We got some big names in this one. We are looking at Aiden Nichols, the local Kiwi Armstrong rider.
He's been performing really well today.
Yeah, he hasn't done a lot of these GWA events, so it'll be interesting to see how he can do in this race. We got Christopher McDonald, the Hood River local. Shout out to everyone back home watching, to his mom, Nicole McDonald. She is probably glued to the live stream right now. Christopher's been fast today, so we'll see how he can do in this one. It's all about the start. We also have, we got Fadit. We got Bastian. Bastian is in the hunt for the overall for this when he won over in Pilot Bay. We got Wigglesworth, Boyer, Martins, Colmas, Fadit, McDonald, Capuzzo, who's always in it. Very, very stable rider, always up near the front. And we got Max Robinson, who I'm excited to see him in this final, the Canadian Toronto rider and
he did
slingshot
exceptionally well in his semi-final. He came out front of the pack, which is awesome. You know, my picks for first for this one are going to be Bastian, Francesco, potentially Christopher, potentially Max Robinson. You know, there's lots of guys who performed really well today, so I think this will be a really cool final to watch.
Ruh-roh.
I've lost track of power, Thomas. I'm going to grab the generator out.
So we are back. We have yellow flag down. I apologize about that, folks. The weather caused us a little power outage in our broadcast booth. So I think I'm seeing the yellow flag, which still means we are 2 minutes away from the start of this grand final. So that was just a little bit of a weather-related power loss for us on the live stream, but we are back with you.
Sorry about that, guys. The weather's causing a few interesting complications today, but we're doing our best to bring you all the chaos from out here in Mount Maunganui.
Absolutely. So it looks like the yellow flag is down, and we are less than 1 minute away from the start. Am I live?
You're at the finish line.
Am I good to go?
Yep, you're good.
And they are off. I'm actually looking outside of the trailer onto the water. There's the green, the horn. Looks like we got a good start. Man, these guys are all on their start game. They're packed so tightly.
Looks like Francesco, potentially?
Yes, I think that is Francesco with Fedit up there. That
Boyer
is definitely
there.
Bastian Escoffier, the Patrick International rider. They are flying. These guys are so fast.
Yeah, look, that definitely is between Francesco and Bastian up front.
Yep, Bastian's taking a pretty commanding lead. He is
Francesco
so fast.
behind, Fedit behind him.
No, it looks like Fedit was able to scooch in front of Francesco. They are flying.
Here they come for the pump. Let's see what happens.
That looks like
Bastian's
that's
still out
Aiden
front.
Nichols looking like he's top 4. So Aiden really, trying to get on the podium there. These guys are flying. Francesco may have taken the lead, but
Man, it looks straight
Bastian
from here.
taking the inside line. Alon really going for this one. Oh, Aiden Nichols coming up the inside.
Aidan Nichols is our Armstrong rider with the black and white wing, correct?
Yes. There goes Bastian. Oh, it looks like Alon goes off foil. Aiden comes off foil. Oh, that's going to change up the results dramatically.
Well, we're definitely looking at Bastian out front.
Bastian 1, Francesco 2, it looks like. But there was a bit of a pile-up.
Is that Boyer?
Boyer pulls in the third. I'm not sure who that fourth rider is. Christopher looking to get a fifth. And a bunch of those guys came off foil. Max Robinson coming across in sixth, the slingshot rider.
That's definitely, I mean, we don't have anyone else coming across the finish. Have we potentially got 5 riders off foil?
Yeah, I think what happened was one guy goes off foil, and that screws everyone up. It was either Alon...
Look, we've got some guys coming back up now.
Or maybe that's Clément. I see Aiden trying to get going. It's so tricky on the inside there. It's just glassy. So the winners are already coming to the beach as the rest of the guys are just trying to cross the line. That's a tough one.
So confirming, was it a Bastian that came across the line first, followed by Francesco?
Yeah, as long as Bastian had a clean start, Bastian won that. So again, Bastian is kind of in a position now where, you know, I call it catbird seat, where he is, you know, he won our elimination number 1 in Pilot Bay. So what he is really looking for is he needs one more race to be run today. Because if he gets that one more race, he can discard. Because Bastian was disqualified for starting too early yesterday in round 2. So that one hurts his chances for the overall, unless we are able to get 4 eliminations done. We have now done 3. So on the men's side, that means we have to be able to run 8 more races with the men.
Yeah, and look, you know, we're here trying to run as many races as possible, but we really don't know what the weather's going to do. It's... as I like to say, the weather in New Zealand is unpredictable at best, you know, and really just depends on what's going to happen. But the idea today, that in the page that the GWA are on today, is that they want to run as many eliminations as possible to give these athletes as many to drop as they need.
Well, I want to give a shout out to my friend Sean and Chrisella over at Bullet Espresso. I think I'm going to need some caffeine if I'm going to have to talk much longer.
Mate,
what about you, Liam?
I'm seriously looking forward to a Bullet Espresso. The coffee's great. They're running multiple coffees here. They're running a 22 caliber, the 22 caliber being their lightest roast. They're running a 303, which is their medium roast, and then they're running a 50 cal, which is their main roast, as well as a few special ones just for this event, including a chocolate pod, which is compatible with all Nespresso machines. So those guys are really killing it. Their coffee's great, delicious, and we're really stoked that they're out here supporting us.
Yeah, I've really kind of grown quite fond of my routine in New Zealand has been to get up, check out the weather, and head over to Bullet Espresso booth and just start mainlining these amazing oat milk cappuccinos that they've been making for us. So thank you guys. I mean, we could even do some tip-top ice cream in there. What do you think?
Well, look, I think there's nothing better on a day like today than a Bullet Espresso, but, mate, on some of those hot days, the tip-top ice cream has been killer. We've got some awesome sponsors of this event, our principal sponsors being none other than Armstrong Foils themselves. They've been really awesome. Eve's Realty, a local realtor company here in Mount Maunganui, who have been really looking after us for this competition. We've got 1NZ, who are one of our main telephone providers in New Zealand, who've made all the live music possible. And then not forgetting, as I said, Tip Top Ice Cream. They've been awesome as well, looking after all the artists. What we might do while we're in a bit of a lull is cut to a 30-minute sponsor video from 1NZ.
Share of 100k to gift every month. It's one good Kiwi helping another.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here at day 7 of GWA in Mount Maunganui. I'm Liam, and I'm here with Chris, and we're waiting for the next race, which is potentially either going to be a women's elimination or potentially the next elimination of men's. We're just waiting to find out, but that looks like local rider Amy on her F1 wing. What do you reckon, Chris?
Yeah, that looks like Amy to me, and that looks like maybe that's Bowen van der Linden, the Netherlands rider who rides for North. I'm really happy that we got Bowen back on tour. We missed her last year after a shoulder injury, and I think it actually is the same injury that Fiona Wilde has, the starboard free wing athlete from Hood River, who's a good friend of mine, and you know she's an amazing young woman, and we sure miss her. But she just hurt her shoulder throwing some big forwards, so. Unfortunately, shoulders are fragile, and they take at least a year to heal, which Bowen just went through. So we're just grateful to have Bowen back, and she's here with her boyfriend, Steve, who's a great guy, and really helping them travel together and, you know, just have a great time. So it looks like we are possibly going to another women's elimination round.
Right now, we're currently looking at the start boat and just waiting to see. You know, it could be a women's elimination. They look like they're having a chat. The chief judge is on the boat, just making his decision. Right?
Well, what they're doing is they're going through the results, they're posting stuff, they're dealing with the weather, they're wiping off all their computers and routers and stuff, and they're cleaning cameras right now. You can see this is, I mean, it's challenging doing this on a beach, but you throw in wind and rain and, you know, it makes for a bit of chaos.
Yeah, look, and, you know, the wind and the rain really isn't going to stop us. As we've already said today, we're looking to run as many eliminations as possible. And whether that's 5, whether that's 10, you know, whether that's 2, we're just going to do as many as we physically can.
Yeah, Liam, well, part of the thing is that to run one men's elimination, we've calculated that that's 8 races. 8 races is quite a bit. That's 8 sequences, that's 8 starts, that's 8 finishes, that's 8 results. So anyways, it's a lot of work, and we really appreciate all the GWA guys. You know, Tom and his crew have done an amazing job. I know Jorgen is watching online and stoked to see how well this event has gone, and we'll probably catch up with him in Cabo Verde, the next stop. So it's interesting, Liam, that the next stop is fairly soon, and it's in Cabo Verde, and it's what we call a pure wave event. So everyone's excited to see. We've never had an event like this, but what they're doing this year is they're going to have a separate champion for freestyle wave and pure wave. So Cabo Verde, which is a phenomenal wave spot, is considered to be the first stop of the wave tour this year on the GWA.
That's really cool, isn't it? Because it also gives an advantage to those guys who are used to waves, and they're able to go and show that they know how to do what they do in the waves. You know, there's the guys who do flat water, you know, Chris McDonald from Hood River. He's I mean, obviously the river gets a bit of a river wave, but predominantly they're flat water guys, whereas you've got a lot of the guys from Maui and the Kiwi guys and all those who, they perform really well in waves. So it's really cool to see that the tour is allowing for people who do well in waves to go and have the go in the waves, but also allowing for the flat water guys to really show their skill as well.
Well, you know, Liam, that's spot on. The wave guys, there's a whole completely different group of riders that could absolutely take over the wave discipline. Some of the names that stick out are the F1 teammate to Christopher, Hugo Marin. This guy is a machine in the waves. He's silky smooth. He rides giants. Hugo Marin is one of the best wave riders I've ever seen. Tituan Galea, the Cabrina rider from New Cal, is a wizard in the waves. The guy never looks like he's scared. He absolutely shreds. But what's going to be really neat is we don't know who's going to come out of the woodwork. I know there's
Cash is one to watch in the waves, though, isn't
Cash
he?
Absolutely is one to watch.
He absolutely killed it in the towing competition. The waves are just his home. Coming from Maui, you know, he really knows what's going on.
Well, then you can't forget about the other Armstrong rider from Kauai, Mateo L., who absolutely kills it in the waves. He's a Monero rider, and he absolutely is a wizard in the waves because Kauai doesn't quite get the same amount of wind. So Mateo's main focus is surfing. He and his dad tow all the time, where they're taking their jet skis like an hour offshore into these monsters with this really tight crew of Kauai locals and absolutely getting after it in the swell. So Mateo is one to watch. Cash is one to watch. I don't know if those guys are going to Cabo Verde. We sure would like to see them. I have a feeling this is going to be a taste for them to just kind of like get started. Same thing with Tatiana, the other Armstrong woman rider here for her first event. So we're going to see those guys all go home and start training in a specific way.
Cool, guys. Well, we're just currently waiting and seeing what's going to happen. I think they're deciding what to do on the water at the moment. Looks like we're about to get an air horn potentially, and we have a flag. What is that?
Liam, I'm not sure what the blue and yellow is. I need my little flag book. Blue, yellow, and red. All right, well, we're going to just be on a bit of a standby. It looks like the wind has almost backed off after that little squall.
Yeah, look, while we wait, we might go to a video from another one of our incredible sponsors. The Tauranga City Council really support this event well, allowing live music on the beach for the first time in a long time. So we're unsure what's happening at the moment, guys, unfortunately, but we're going to go to a sponsor video and come back to you shortly.
Morena. Te moana nui a toi, sure to make you smile.
Astrolab.
All right, guys, we're back here for day 8 of the 7 of the GWA Tour, and unfortunately we still, after our 30-second ad break, are unsure what the flag you're looking at. So we're currently just trying to find out, but how are you feeling, Chris?
Yeah, Liam, I'm good. I'm glad that we're getting some racing in. We got our freestyle done. It kind of takes the nerves off the riders a bit to be able to get what we call a result. So we did crown a women's freestyle champion, Nia Suardiaz. So that's fantastic. I think we had Bowen I can never say her name.
Look, I'm in the same boat, but she is an incredible rider. And
She got
really
second, the North
it.
rider, and then we had Orain Cerise from Newcal, the starboard rider, in third on the podium. So that was great. That was a few days ago. On the men's side, Christopher McDonald, the F1 rider, Monera-backed McDiddy's, another sponsor of his from Hood River. He was able to take it home, so I know he's really happy. And in second place, we had Malo Genole, which I hope I got that right. I was told that I'm not pronouncing it correctly. Malo Genole. And he and Christopher had an amazing final. I mean, these two guys are best buddies off and on the water. It's really special for me to see as a father. I know Patrice, Malo's dad, is a good guy too and feels the same way. But
talking about Marlo, I haven't seen him in the slalom. Is that something he doesn't do?
Malo has been focusing on the freestyle. So from what I understand, Malo may be at a place called Raglan. Is that right?
Yeah, bro. Raglan is the place to be for surf. So in New Zealand, we have East Coast. We're on the East Coast at the moment, and that's where we're looking at the white sands and the really nice deep blue water. But the West Coast is a totally different beast. West Coast is black sand and big surf. Raglan has some pumpers. The Raglan Bar and Manu Bay are two of my most favourite places to surf in New Zealand. And yeah, so Marlo being over there,
Back from Raglan and said it was small but really fun and no one else winging, and that they were expecting today to be big. So I know those guys probably made the trek over there. It's a couple-hour drive, right?
yeah, probably 2.5, 3 hour drive over there. So we're obviously on the East Coast here, as I've said. West Coast, it's across the country, but if you look at a map in New Zealand, it's not a big place. Where
to just about any waterway in the world, if you have just the tiniest amount of wind, you can get out there and foil and have a great time. So you can start on inflatable SUP boards without a foil and a wing and 2 knots of wind at your local lake or waterway or river and just have a great time. For example, like with kiteboarding, which is an amazing sport, and we've been doing it for years, but you have to have a safe beach to launch and land. There's lines, there's all kinds of moving parts. Whereas on the wing side, you have this tiny little bag with your wing and one board and a foil, and that's it. So it's made traveling easier. I'm an old windsurfer from the old days, and we wouldn't have even gotten in the water this week with this light wind. So you need just so much more wind to kite and windsurf. So you throw in the foil and the wing, and all of a sudden it's like it's a piece of cake. So we're really happy to be in New Zealand, and we've had an amazing trip, and thank you guys very much.
Look, we're absolutely stoked to have GWA here in New Zealand. It's truly an awesome place to be and awesome place to see some foiling. And as Chris has said, we haven't quite had the weather we've been expecting. We would have loved to have some more waves, some more energy going on, some more wind, but we're doing the best with what we have. Currently, the committee boat's out there in the water for those of you just joining us, and they're just trying to decide what to do. The wind's definitely dropped since that last weather came through. You can see just from the lack of white caps on the water, and I have the feeling they're going to call a standby, but we're going to wait and see. That's not official. We don't know what's happening yet, but we'll update you as soon as we know.
Yeah, Liam, so for the viewers at home, we're actually in a small trailer on the road. So we are not on the beach. We are not down with the judges or out on the committee boat. So it just looks like it got really light. We've had such changing conditions today. After that squall moved through, it looks like it's backed way off. It looks like we got some of the riders. Oh, you know what? They might be moving the course, too. A lot of times they'll do a course adjustment to mix it up for the athletes. There's Francesco Capuzzo coming in with that orange helmet, the RRD rider. He's looked really fast today. he's in contention for the overall. I know Francesco was disappointed not being world champion last year, so he's going to try and run a smart race today. This is the first of many on the tour this year on the racing discipline. So Francesco knows that you got to be consistent in this. You can't have bad finishes, and you know what I mean? Like, what he wants to do is always be on the podium every week. So I know he's in a good position for that here.
Francesco's been really one to watch. From the freestyle to the slalom, he's really been showing his game. Some of my favorite people to watch in this competition have been obviously the winner of the freestyle, Chris McDonald Jr. What a weapon he is, man. 16 years old, out here absolutely killing it against some of these guys in their mid-late 20s, really showing them what the future of wingfoiling looks like. And I know definitely that if the future of wingfoiling is what Chris McDonald is doing, then we're definitely in safe hands. Would you agree?
Yeah, and the thing is, the kids are pushing so hard. And what's interesting is, on tour, at this event, we've got Encore Souza, the Cabrina rider from Fuerteventura, who's 15. We've got Christopher, who's 16. Hood River, F1, Monera, and then Malo, the Gong rider, who's 17. And it's interesting because I said, Malo, when are you going to Cabo Verde? And he said, no, Chris, I have exams. So we got to remember that these kids are in school, and he's a senior in at least what we call high school in the United States, and he's got to take his exams. So these guys are young, but what's really crazy is that there are some younger ones behind them. I mean, some of the names that come to mind are the F1 backed rider Noe Kuela, who's absolutely ripping. Ezio Bastian, I think I got your last name right. He's another F1 Grom Ezio's even younger. He's right below Noe. And then, of course, Luca V from San Clemente, California. Luca was in Baja training with us all winter, and his amazing family, Mercedes and Arnaud, were kind enough to let us stay in their casita. So we were beachfront, and we were there almost 2 months, and the training was just unbelievable. And that's kind of why Christopher's so on right now on his freestyle.
Well, and that's the thing, is that it's as I said yesterday, and I'm going to say it again today, there is natural talent involved. Some of these guys will naturally be better than other guys, but man, do they put in the work. These boys are performing. They are putting in so much work, as you've said, going to Baja for 2 months because you're in winter just to train. They're truly putting in the work, and it shows in what they do, The thing that blew me away about Chris yesterday is, all the tricks he pulled, bar one, he landed. And I don't think I saw anyone else do that.
Yeah, so Christopher's pretty consistent. He grew up on a trampoline. After school, him and the boys would go back there and just flip and push each other and do all these crazy twists and stuff. So I know that helped, but Baja is a pretty amazing place to train. And train is a kind of a not even the right word. What they do is the La Ventana Groms go out and just have fun. They're not out there training. They're not out there like grinding. What they're doing is they're laughing and playing and teaching each other tricks. Benji is another amazing rider, Cabrina kid from down there who does everything. Shout out to him. Shout out to Patrick Kissinger, F1 rider. He's a legend himself down there ripping. He just got second place in the La Ventana Wingfoil Classic. Who else is down there? There's Lewis, the other Cabrina rider. Kai, the F1 rider. These guys are all just, it's so fun. If there's no wind, they're beach foiling. If there's no wind, they're towing each other up. They found an old fishing rope. One guy gets in the water on their board, and 2 guys run on the beach and literally just drag them up on foil.
And that's pretty awesome, and the thing about the sport is it is all about fun. You can tell that when they're out there doing the freestyle and out there doing all those sorts of things, there's an incredible photo which you'll find on the GWA Instagram if you really want to go there. I can't even remember who it is, but one of the riders, he's halfway through a flip, his foil is up in the air, and he is grinning. And that's what the sport is about. These guys love it. They're out here to do their thing. They're out here to do what they love doing, and they put in the time because they love it. And I think that's so cool to see. Currently, we're just watching the committee boat. We're looking at the same thing you are. We're looking at a screen with the committee boat on it, and they look like they're having a chat. There's some good conversation and good debating going on. But potentially, we'll see a call soon, and as soon as we know, we will let you know.
Yeah, I mean, basically, the training side of thing, or just the free riding with the kids, it's pretty special to see. And all the adults in town, in La Ventana who are old windsurfers, kiters, are now wingers. And it's funny because they're always talking about the Groms and how they're out just smiling and laughing and living their best lives, And the other thing that these kids are getting to know people all around the world. Like one of Christopher's favorite buddies is this kid Leon Rocks, or Leon Shields. His dad Chris, great guy as well, and he's so young. I'm not sure how old Leon is, but there's a thing on Instagram of him like at Mauritius off this giant wave sending like a 40-foot air, and the kid's like 12. Pretty amazing stuff. Leon's another one to watch. Luca,
Speaking of the young
sure.
guys, though, we've got the Wigglesworth boys from New Zealand. I think they're quite young as well, right? Do you know how young they are?
Yeah, I don't know how young they are, but they have been amazing. This has been a really good contest for them. One thing that has stood out for me is just how good they are in the waves. I mean, you can definitely tell the kids that have grown up surfing and then they got into prone surfing, and it takes them like a minute to figure out how to just pop up on the foil, because the Wigglesworths were just catching wave after wave and just pumping back out and riding the next one.
Yeah, and it's truly been cool to watch. You know, the whole pack has been performing really well, but there's definitely strengths. You know, you look at some of the guys who are from places like Hood River or training in Hood River, and their skill on the flat water really shows. You look at the Kiwi guys and the Hawaiian boys and guys like that. Their skill in the waves and the rough conditions really shows as well. So I think it's actually been really good conditions for the people to show their skills all round. We've had as I said, the flat water guys being able to show what they can do in the flat water, and we've had the wave guys being able to show what they can do in the waves. So, you know, it's been, as I've said before, the conditions weren't perfect. The conditions haven't been perfect, and they still aren't perfect, but they have been enough for everyone to get an opportunity to show what they can do.
Yeah, so at this point, what the main racers, really vying for this championship this year are hoping for is one more men's elimination, meaning round 4, 8 full races completed. That will allow Bastian, Tituan, and the Boyes and Francesco to have one discard.
So what we're going to do now, guys, is we're actually going to go on a standby. We're going to take a little break while the judges decide what they want to do. But we will be back to you as soon as the action is back on. So please stay online, please stay joined in, and we'll see you soon.
Tetuan with a big early lead. Let's see who else is in this.
I mean, it's pretty clear from the outset, really, with the start like that Tetuan's really going to take the cake, in my opinion. He's just definitely the best performer in this mini final. He definitely had potential to be in that main final and win it. He just had a bad run today.
Yeah, he came off foil at the end, and there was some grumbling among some of the competitors after this pump section just because it was so light.
Now, this pump section is 100 meters long. Is that a long pump section?
Yeah, that's a lot of pumping, especially on a race foil. So I think what some of these guys were doing is that they were actually a little aggressive on their foil choice, and in the light wind, they, could have used a bigger foil.
So that's Tetuan that's definitely out front, and I mean, I'm happy to make the call now that I think he's going to win this race, obviously depending on whether there's any disqualifications, etc. But who's that following in behind him?
That's one of our local New Zealand riders. I can't make out his number or his jersey, but that's a really strong finish for him.
Really good. I mean, that's 12th in the competition, right?
Yeah, you're going really fast. So there we go, bunch of riders crossing at the same time. I think that was Oscar Leclerc, the Vayu rider. He's looking really fast.
Who's that on the F1 foil? Was that Oscar?
I think that's Costa on the F1. Again, I don't know these local New Zealand riders.
Another guy on an F1 foil coming across here. Yes, you are. Why do you not want to be live?
No.
Okay. Can we go to the start now, please?
Am I live?
Yes. Yeah, look, the conditions, the wind has picked up very slightly. I mean, to be honest with you, there's not a lot in it. I mean, we can see right now that rider down there with the orange helmet on, he's just struggling to get back on foil, and that's just the reality of today. The wind's there, there's just enough. I think we're talking between 13 and 15 knots tops, right, Chris?
Yeah, there are some gusts coming through in the 15 to 17 range, which is nice for the riders, but then there are some big lulls. So right now we are looking at Bastien Escoffier, the Patrick International rider, is really quite in command right now. He's won a couple, and then I believe he's got a 10th. Now, the reason for that 10th is that he was actually DQ'd from a final. Well, the good news is if you're in the final and you jump the start like he did, the worst he can do is 10th place. So that's how he has it. He has a 1-1-10.
Oh, wow, really? That's actually really interesting to know. So, I mean, I guess it's fair. He's done the work to get to the final, and yes, he doesn't have a chance of getting positions 1 to 9, but getting a 10 seems fair.
Yeah, a 10 is still a good score for him. Now, right now, what these riders are all hoping for is that we're going to be able to, get 8 more men's races done. So complete a 4th elimination, because that will be a discard. So at this point, it's still early in the day. It's only 1:30. I think it's pretty fair to say that we'll get through another men's round. I suspect we are going to have another women's race now. So we will see. That might be Amy. That is Amy right there coming in on the blue F1.
So she switched back because she did the first race today on the blue F1 foil, on the blue F1 wing. She switched to, I think, potentially a bigger wing.
Yeah, I think what she probably did was go up in wing size there, and
she's come back down to the wing she started on.
Well, what happens is riders get real comfortable on certain wings. So right now she's on I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's a 4-meter strike V2. That is the premier wing F1 has right now. It's really fast. It's a great freestyle wing, and she's really showing in competition close on the heels of Nia Swardias at how good that F1 stuff is. You know what? She's on a 5. She just went by her camera and I was able to tell.
If I went out today and wanted to buy a wing like that, what's it going to run me up, Chris?
That's a good question. I'm not sure about in New Zealand. You can get a whole kit for, about the price of a nice set of golf clubs, or, it's not that bad. It's a pretty accessible sport. What we usually recommend people to do is go out and take lessons first. Buying gear or beginner gear after a lesson or two is a good way to go as well. There's Bowen van der Linden. She just went by on her north gear, that white wing. So we do see the red flag up in the committee boat. For those at home, what that is telling the racers is that the women's elimination, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's number 6, is going to start in 3 minutes.
Now, the interesting thing about the women's racing today is there's 4 of them. There's 4 of them competing in the slalom. So there's no heats, there's no semis. It's a straight final, right?
Yep, every time is an elimination. So it's good for them. They're packed real tight. Bowen van Bowen from Netherlands is always crushing it. She's right there. Nia Swardias, the duotone rider, she's doing amazing.
You know, we got Nia, we got Bowen, we got Amy, and then who's our fourth rider?
Orain Cerise
Orain.
from Newcal. She rides for Free Wing and Starboard. And there we see Nia Swardias, the youngster from Tarifa. So
And
yellow
there's
flag.
our yellow flag.
2
which
minutes to
means-
go. There's Bowen van der Linden, the Netherlands rider for North. So for the folks at home, what we're doing is we're cleaning off some of that weather and salt that was on the camera lens. So right now, the yellow flag is down for the women. So we are in the final minute of this sequence. So we are going to see them come into your shot and go between that buoy and the race boat right there. Yellow flag down, less than a minute.
Yeah, look, we're really looking forward to the start of this race. As I've already said, that these are straight finals, so they're really competitive. You know, I mean, obviously all the racing is competitive, but for the girls, it's not about saving themselves for the actual final or saving themselves for this or that. It's really just about going out there and smashing it from the start.
Yeah, so for the ladies, it's full gas every race. What they're doing is they're going out there and trying to get the whole shot. The whole shot comes from racing in general, and what we mean by that is they want to hit that line at maximum speed. At that point, you're in control on this. This is a pretty short race course, so if you can hold the start and cross, at the 0 point on your race watch, you're good to go. Green flag up. We are up. There's Nia Swardias with a really good start. It looks like she and Bowen van der Linden, Amy coming up in. It looks like
Amy's
Amy
coming
might
in
be
hot.
coming on the inside. This could be really interesting in this corner. She could definitely bump Nia out. Nope, Nia just edges her out.
Definitely got in front of Bowen, though, and this is going to be a closer race between Amy and Nia. You know, the last race, Nia really had it by a big lead, but this one's going to be a lot closer.
Yeah, Nia's seems to be on point today. She seems to be going really fast, and Amy did get her in Pilot Bay on that one race or two races that the women were able to do. And I feel like at this point, Nia has said, welcome to the GWA, Amy, my new friend, but I'm going to go out and beat you today. She's been training. She's been racing a lot. She was on the podium last year. So Nia knows what she's doing. Right now, she's having no problem on the pump leg. Looks like they're both trying to catch some little waves. You can see the two different pump styles. Amy going with bigger, longer pumps. Nia just cruising along, and Bowen van der Linden right behind. Oh, I think she's going to overtake
foil,
Amy.
I think, which is disappointing for Amy, but Bowen's coming in hot.
Yeah, looks like Bowen's going to pass Amy. Amy just is barely keeping it together. Nia, no problem. She takes another win for her duotone and Roxy Fanatic-sponsored Tarifa young woman, absolutely shredding. This is shaping up with Bowen van der Linden in second to North Rider. This looks like Nia could do a clean sweep of New Zealand and be the race and freestyle champion, Liam.
I mean, she's won everyone we've run today, so it's definitely a potential option.
Yeah, at this point it is looking pretty strong for Nia Swardias. She is, she did a lot of training in the off season and focused on some of the areas that she felt she wasn't quite up to par on last year against her teammate Paula. And, this is going to build a lot of confidence from the youngster from Tarifa. She's going to go into the next event feeling confident. She wins the racing. She's going to win. She already won the freestyle. So, Nia's going to be a force this year.
She's also going to put some good points on her board.
Yeah, she has the luxury of going into, the next event as the champion so far. She is the points leader. I know Christopher McDonald, the F1 Hood River MacDiddy's backed rider, is super stoked because he's taking the points lead in. Even though we are going to Cabo Verde and it is a fresh start, but it still does feel good to be the points leader so far.
And I mean, that's the way they score it, right? So the way that you win the championship is based on points over all of the competitions, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Liam. And it's the same thing in racing, where once we run 4 events, you are allowed a discard. So a lot of the riders that aren't at this New Zealand event, a lot of big names aren't here. Xavi Kaur from Tarifa. We're kind of surprised not to see him here. He might have some schoolwork to do.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see because it means that they may have a bad competition or they may lose one, but really they have the opportunity to make up those scores, right?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Balls Mueller, the very famous wingfoiler, who the Ensis rider, Sabfoil, he's not here. Goyito, the runner-up world champion last year, is not here. He's an RRD rider. Now, what those guys are doing is they're all banking on being more than 4 competitions, so they'll be able to drop one. So it really doesn't matter. We miss those guys. We wish they were here. We love seeing all those riders. Everyone's their own personality and character. It's fun to interact and compete. Balls is one of the innovators and the leaders in this game, but, you know, we've had a great run in New Zealand, and we're just thankful and appreciative to be here.
Now, we're currently looking at the red flag, which means we're prepping for the next race. I'm assuming it's a men's heat.
Yep, we're
Chris may
moving
have
on
some
to the
more information
men's,
there.
and let's see if I can get you some information. The race committee's just got it into me. So what they do after all of these finals for the men, they reseed the men. So in round 1, we have Camille Boyer, Max Robinson, Tito Wangalea, William Novak, Mateo Al, Army Armstrong, Alvaro Bon, Encore Sosa, and Cash Berzola. So that will be elimination 4, heat 1 for the men. So again, these guys, what they are trying to do is they want to be 1 through 5.
Now, there are a couple of names in there we didn't see in the last heat, right? Army didn't compete in the last heat.
No, I think he did, but I think Army was eliminated early. It's
Cool.
pretty tough in racing. If you're not one of the faster guys, and let's say you finish 6th, that means you're on the beach for at least an hour. So it's a bit frustrating when you're slow, but it happens, and it'll just motivate you to get better.
So we've got the yellow flag out, which means we're about less than a minute out now, right?
Nope, yellow flag means less than 2 minutes.
2 minutes
when
out.
no flag goes down, which
Like
you just
now.
did right now we are less than a minute. So the next flag we'll see is the green plus a horn. So right now those racers are pacing back and forth. They're trying to figure out their start run up. I traditionally like to go 30 seconds out, do a quick jibe, and then I go full gas towards the start line.
Yeah, and it is cool to watch because it's not only about the performance inside of the competition, but that start is hugely important. They need to be able to pace themselves. They need to be able to time it so they cross that line at full tick exactly on 0.
Well, again, there's a lot of racecraft and a lot of strategy involved in this. You don't need to go crazy and crash out trying to go too fast in the first rounds. All you need to be is top 5. Top 5 in your heat and top 5 in your semi. Then you save it for the final. And the final is when you go full gas.
We can definitely see that, especially in the last elimination we did, people like, oh, I think we might be getting close to heading off.
Oh, wow. I'm not sure if that's going to be a jump or not. We're going to wait to see if they're going to do a recall. This is the girls again. Boy, Amy was really going for that one, and it still looks like the teenager from Tarifa, that might be a good nickname, for Nia Suardiaz is out front again. This has got to be frustrating for Amy. At this point, she might want to take a look at her foil or see if she can do any other racecraft to actually beat her new friend from Tarifa, Nia.
Nia has been truly impressive to watch in this competition. She took out the freestyle, which was pretty awesome, and she's, even down to Amy telling us about how Nia was teaching her new tricks an hour before their freestyle, It's pretty cool to see that they're not only are they here to compete, not only are they here to do their best and try and smoke everyone, but they're actually also here to teach each other new things.
Oh, that was cute. I just saw Nia look back and smile at her friend Amy. Amy peels off on a bit of a tiny little bump right there, actually having fun in the waves. Nia's got a pretty good jump on her, so right here she's probably just like, you know what, we're having a great time. We're still out here winging. Second place is good. There's Bowen in the back. She's on her new North gear. Netherlands rider. She's been shredding. Bowen was on the podium for freestyle. She was in second, so she's happy with that result. And there goes Nia taking another one. I'm totally impressed with the youngster from Tarifa. She rides for Duotone and Fnatic and Roxy. And you know what? Nia's getting a lot of publicity. She is a strong, powerful, competitive young woman. She's really smart. She is dedicated. Oh, no. Amy goes down right at the finish line. I'm not sure if she's across. Let's see how fast she can go. So what we're watching is, from my camera angle, I think she is going to water start across. Looks back. Oh, is Bowen going to get her? I am not sure. Well, it looks like the local New Zealand rider Amy Bright, F1 sponsor, just makes it.
We're seeing the race boat again, just waiting for the next thing. I'm assuming we're looking at men's elimination 4 heat 1.
Yep, men's elimination heat 4. We can call out those riders again. We got Camille Boyer, Max Robinson, Tituan Galea, William Novak, Mateo L, Army Armstrong, Alvaro Bon, Ancor Sosa, and Cash Berzola, the standout Armstrong rider from Maui, who just crushed the freestyle and crushed the wave event. I hope we're going to be able to get a final on the tow-in. We did a really fun towing competition, Liam, earlier in the week when there was no wind, and what they did is they held off on doing the final, and it's been windy, so I'll tell you what, Cash is going to get my vote if we aren't able to finish the tow-in, because his perfect score wave, the judges gave him a 9.4, but everybody was a bit surprised. The beach pretty much called it a 10.
Now in that list we've got Army Armstrong. Now Army is the founder of Armstrong Foils, right?
Yeah, Army is a passionate boss, loves foiling, loves everything, winging, downwinding, proning, towing. The guy's been out there all week. He's had multiple jet skis. This is a hard event for him. You know, he's the title sponsor. He's got all his riders in town. He's got a big booth to worry about. He's got multiple houses going. He's feeding people. He's doing everything. So my hat's off to him. He's done a really nice job with this event. The conditions have not been super easy to work with, but we've made it work. So at the end of the day, we're stoked to be able to, you know, hopefully get this elimination 4 done, hopefully get the tow foil done. But overall, like, I'm pretty impressed with the whole Armstrong family.
Well, Army must be one of the oldest riders in the competition, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with being an old guy in the competition. When it's windy, I like to race too. And I did not sign up for this one because I didn't think it was going to be windy enough. But if the old guys get the win, we can haul ass. So what I'm telling you is, Liam, is I've beat a lot of these guys. In Lanzarote, it was a fun race, so they were like, whoa, what's up with Christopher's dad?
And that's the thing, is this competition is all about having a bit of fun and having a bit of rivalry. And I think it's especially important on the GWA Tour that these guys are all racing together at all the locations. You know, obviously some of them aren't coming to some of the locations and some of them are, but really there's
the GWA director Tom Hartman's got some real game in the water. So maybe we should just have a fun Olympics between the GWA crew, or maybe we could pair up by lottery, or, like, you know, pull it out of a hat where you get teamed up with a GWA crew member with one of the athletes.
And I think that would be super cool. And, you know, I think the thing about this GWA tour is that everyone on this tour is truly passionate about foiling. You know, the crew are incredible. As you said, Tom, the tour director, well, we're looking at a couple of flags on the beach. Now, we're looking at a black and yellow, and a black and yellow is all competitors must go back to the beach and check the scoreboard for some changes. So what I'm assuming is that we're getting a bit of a course change.
Yeah, they like to do that, Liam. A lot of times it can be because the wind direction changes, or because they just want to change things up. It can get boring, and we've run quite a few races on this course. So more than likely, they're just moving some buoys, and they're going to go over it with the riders on the whiteboard, and we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, cool. So, while they do that, we might just flick to a quick video from one of our sponsors, 1NZ. 1NZ is one of the main sponsors of this event, and they're also the reason how we've been able to get live music on this beach for the first time in 10 years, which is pretty freaking incredible. So we're going to cut to one of their videos now, and we'll be back with you in about 30 seconds.
One Good Kiwi. We give you the money. You choose where it goes.
Kia ora, it's Kendra here. Alison Grace here from Blake.
I am coming to you from Youthline.
Come and check us out at Te Tapu Watani.
Find Kiwis who are making Aotearoa awesome and fund the ones you love.
Thank you. Ngā mihi.
Get your share of 100K to gift every month. It's One Good Kiwi helping another.
All right, Liam, so we are waiting for what looks like a course change. We're going to get out there and start men's elimination 4. So far, for a little recap on the racing side, the Patrick International sponsored rider Bastien Escoffier is really kind of in command right now. It's his race to lose at this point, or the overall New Zealand title. He has, I believe, a 1-1-10. Also up there is Francesco Capuzzo, the Italian RRD rider. He is looking strong. He has like a 2-2-11 or something close to that. Francesco could sneak out and steal one of these from Bastion. So could Tituan Galea. Tituan is a 2-time world racing champion. We have yet to see him, really perform up to his potential here. He's had a few things not go his way. I know he came off foil in a lull and was frustrated, and sometimes you just don't have the weekend you really want. But Tituan is super fast, and I would never count him out.
Someone that I really who I expected to see up further in the field today, but I haven't, is probably the Boyer brothers. I thought I would have seen them further up in the field. What do you think the reasoning behind that is today?
Well, the Boyers are sneaky. Those guys never are out of it. In Taiba, Brazil last year, Camille came out of nowhere and ended up third for the entire year after just an amazing performance in the waves. And he had been quiet, and we weren't sure what was going on, and all of a sudden he's in third place. So the Boyers are strong competitors. Those guys are going to hang around all year and do well and be really near the front in freestyle and racing. So the Boyers, they're just wonderful representatives for the sport, for RRD. I know RRD is stoked to have the Boyers. They have a really cool YouTube channel called Juju Cams, which is Camille and Julian combined, and they just do fun stuff. They showcase their fun life running around in the surf and sleeping in their cars at these remote beaches and scoring, uncrowded waves. They're just fun guys. I know they were just on Maui, and the stoke from their videos there, they got some giant surf and they winged in monstrous offshore waves, and I think they just were blown away how good Maui was.
Yeah, I bet. And, there's some really cool spots around the world to really get some surfing. While we're here in the wonderful New Zealand, there's obviously some really awesome spots here. Mount Maunganui Beach, where we're at right now, can be an incredible surf spot, man. The surf we get, we've got a awesome big maunga, which is a mountain behind us. And in front of us, we've got Moturiki Island, which is the island that sticks out into the surf. And between the maunga and the island, we get some really awesome surf. There's a wonderful rip that runs up the side of the island called the Escalator that us lazy surfers who ride 10-footers absolutely love, because we don't have to paddle. And then on the other side of the island, we call that Shark Alley, and depending on the wind direction, we can get some really cracking surf in there as well. Further down the coast, we're looking at Papamore Beach, the Kaituna Cup, Maketu, Pukehina, which all have wonderful surf. There's estuary and river entrances down there, so we get really awesome bars and really cool places to do tow-ins. And then on the other side of the country, we've got Raglan Beach, which arguably is one of the best surf spots in New Zealand. We have incredible surf there. West Coast surf, which is totally different to the East Coast. Manu Bay, the Raglan Bar are well-known places, and so it's really cool to be able to bring a tour like this to New Zealand. Obviously, it's a wind tour, but it doesn't matter what you do in the waves and in the ocean. You're always going to love big surf. Everyone loves surf freestyle, man. They can get the big air. We love it for surfing. It's great for the towing competition. So it's really cool to be in a country like New Zealand, being able to provide something like this. So currently the red and white flag and the yellow and black flag are still up. Yellow and black signifying that all athletes must return to the beach and check up rule updates in the on the whiteboard. So we're just waiting and seeing, and we'll come back to you when we know some more.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back. My name is Liam and I'm here with Chris, and we're on day 7 of the GWA Wingfoiling competition at Mount Maunganui Beach in Tauranga. We're absolutely stoked to be here. The rain has gone away, the sun is out, the wind is up, and we are ready to go. How you feeling, Chris?
Chris, Liam, I'm excited to be here. I'm excited that we are starting men's elimination number 4. So what that means, after this elimination, all these racers are going to be able to drop one race. So what we need to get through to complete this is we need 8 complete races, 4 heats, 2 semis, and 2 main events. In the first heat today, in elimination number 4, we have Camille Boyer, Max Robinson out of Canada, the Slingshot Toronto-based rider, Tituan Galea riding for Cabrina, William Novak, Mateo L., the Armstrong rider, Army Armstrong, the rider for Armstrong, as well as owner boss, Alvaro Bon, Ancor Sosa, and Cash Berzola, the other Armstrong athlete out of Maui.
Now, Chris, Tituan is really the one to watch in this heat, isn't he?
Yeah, Tituan's got something to prove. He has not had his best weekend. He's had a couple kind of unfortunate racing incidents where he got DQ'd while leading for grabbing the wrong handle, which, a lot of times these racers get a little bit, upset about or might complain a little bit. And he's used to being in the top 3, if not number 1. Tituan is a 2-time world racing champion as well as freestyle, so the guy is, he's used to being up there. So like I said, New Zealand has not been super favorable to him, but he is looking at a discard after this 4th round. So if he could win this round, that's going to put him right in the hunt of things.
Yeah, I think it's really important to recognize how the scoring of this works. So based on the amount of races that we do today, it'll depend on how many discards they get. If we can do 4 races, they'll get 1 discard. And if we can do 8 races, they'll get 2 discards. Is that correct?
So to get 4 more races in, to be 8 total, we'd have to do 32 more races. So that's a bit of racing, but you know what? With the conditions that we've gotten here in New Zealand, we're gonna be happy with what we got. Mother Nature has come through. She's given us enough wind. We've had some amazing waves throughout the week. We've got to get freestyle done. We have a new men's champion in Chris McDonald, the Hood River F1 Monera-backed rider. We've got Nia Swardia out of Tarifa. She rides for Duotone, Fanatic, and Roxy. So I know she's really stoked to get that freestyle result. That's another thing, Liam. Nia is looking like she's in command of the women today. She won almost all the races against the local rider, Amy Bright, who has done really well. But Nia looks in command to be 1-1 freestyle and racing.
Yeah, well, the thing about the women's contingent of this event is that it's a lot smaller than men's. We've got 4 athletes riding today, which means with the women's events, there's no heats, there's no semis, there's no mini finals. Every run they do is a final, which means that they're actually getting a chance to get in a lot more points, but there hasn't been a single one that I haven't seen Nia win. It looks like we're underway in a race. I'm not 100% sure what race it is. It's definitely the men's. I feel like it's the heat we just discussed.
Yeah, that's Tituan and
Boyer.
That's Encore.
Boyer out front as
that's
well.
That's one of the Boyers, you're right.
This is Canadian, what's his name?
Max Robinson.
Max Robinson.
So Liam, what they've done to try and confuse us and the viewers at home is that they have changed the course.
Yeah.
They've made it a little bit different, so this is the first time we're seeing this course.
We also have 2 free fly pumps in this course, so 2 pump sections.
Oh, that's
so
interesting.
What happens, I'm looking at the course diagram here with Chris.
Yeah.
And they actually come across the start line in the relatively similar place to last time, but as soon as they cross the start line, it's straight into a pump, which is interesting. They pump from the start line to the first can. At the first can, they do about a 90-degree turn out to sea. They then wing out to the second can where they do a 90-degree turn back towards shore. They go straight from there to the third can, and then on straight towards the shore from the third can to the fourth can is another pump section. At the fourth can, they make a 90-degree turn back out to sea, and they wing over the finish line.
Yeah,
so
that's what the guys are doing right now. They're just finishing a real slow, long second pump leg. So I'm not sure if some of these guys may have changed out their foils, but now they're racing to the finish line. And again, only the top 5 guys are going to make it. So I see 1, 2, 3... At least 3 guys have crossed. There's Max Robinson out of Toronto, the slingshot rider. We're going to have to wait on the official results. I'm pretty sure Tituan was in first.
I mean, that's a 4th position
there
for Max, though, so he'll be stoked.
I'm not sure if Max is top 5 or not, so we're going to have to wait and see on that. I think there were some riders below that we just couldn't see.
Oh, okay. Now, it's interesting because in this part of the competition out in New Zealand, we actually have not seen a course with 2 pump sections in it. Do you think that that's going to make it a lot more difficult for the riders, Chris?
Well, what it really depends on, Liam, is how much wind they're getting and how much power they can ride into it. So here we see this duotone local New Zealand rider that was unable to complete the pump leg and came off foil. So sadly, his race elimination number 4 is going to be over for him.
And it seems to be I don't want to call it common, but it seems to be something we see a bit as people coming off foil. Is that something you see around the world, or do you think it's purely down to the lack of wind we're dealing with?
It's down to the lack of wind, and it's also because of the pump leg, right? The only way that they can power themselves is based on the, pumping the foil. There's no use of the actual wing, which is a GWA specific thing where they're just trying to make it more exciting for the spectators. So if we're looking at heat number 2, yellow flag is up, less than 2 minutes. So heat number 2, quickly rundown. Francesco Capuzzo, Hugo Wigglesworth, Alain Fedit, Oscar Leclerc, the Vayu rider, Finn Pye, Toby Wigglesworth, the local New Zealand rider, Zane Schweitzer out of Maui riding for Free Wing and Starboard, Kyle Taylor, and Jeremiah, the local New Zealand rider riding for Access.
Francesco is really one to watch in this competition. I mean, he did really well in the freestyle. Like, he was definitely about mid-competition in the freestyle, I think. But he's really just come out of his shell in this the slalom in this competition. I mean, he's a really all-rounder when it comes to the slalom. He's great under power with the wing, but he's also exceptional under the pump. And I think he's really one to watch.
Focus on the start. Camera on the start, please. Camera on the start, so we can see.
So here we see the pack definitely starting to group up. It looks like we're less than a minute away from a start here. Again, we're watching Capuzzo in this, Fedit, Leclerc, Schweitzer, McDonald. This is going to be a good one. Heat number 2, round 4 of the men. There is the signal. They are off. Immediately into the pump leg. It looks like we got carnage out there. Guys going down all over the place. It looks like Francesco, or that's not Francesco. That's a different rider. Maybe that. No, that's not him.
Is that Francesco?
That's
on the right?
Oscar Leclerc right there, the Vayu rider with the red helmet next to Francesco. You're right, Liam. That is that's the Italian rider and the French rider, Oscar Leclerc.
So you can see that they've come through their pump section and they're back up on wing, which is awesome. So they're coming around to the second can of the competition now. They're going to turn around that to the right and come back towards us, as you can see. Then once they get to this can, they're going to turn around to their lefts, as you'll see Francesco, who is out in front now, do. And they're into their pump section.
Francesco's got a really good lead here. He's, casually pumping away. That looks like Alain Fedit riding for AFS in third. And Oscar Leclerc, this is going to be a good finish for him. The Frenchman riding for Vayu wings and boards. There goes Francesco trying to keep it together around the last buoy. Oh, no, he's off foil. Devastating for the Italian rider. Oscar looks like he's going to jump in front of him and cross the finish line. Does
That's
Francesco
truly
have enough to get across in the top 5? It looks like he will. Still hold on to second. What he really cares about, the win is not that important.
I don't
there's
know if
Zane
Francesco
Schweitzer in
got
fourth,
across in second or fourth.
and there's Jeremiah McDonald in fourth. The local rider is moving on.
Jeremiah's been really impressive in this competition, especially in the slalom. He's been really holding his own against these international riders.
Yeah, well, Jeremiah is a local New Zealand rider, and he's had all the pressure of this is his home competition. He's had friends and family and requests, and every rider on the circuit has been emailing him questions. Can we stay with you? Can we use your boat? Blah, blah, blah. That's just what happens when the event's in your backyard. But Jeremiah actually has a fractured foot. So what he's doing is he is taping up his foot and going out there and just sending himself in the freestyle, which is bad for his foot. It hurts, but he's just like, I got to gut it out. This is my local event. So right now I know he's super pumped to be through into the semis. He's an Axis rider. He is really going to be stoked on that finish. So we're moving on to Heat 3 now of the men's elimination number 4. We got Vinny Martins, the Neil Pride JP backed rider out of Brazil. We got Christopher McDonald, the Hood River local F1 backed Monera rider, McDiddy's t-shirts as well. We got Callum Robertson. We got Costa Gladiotis. We got Josh Collins, Anthony Eppin, Lloyd Pierrot, Lillian Juppé. I love Lillian. I just learned Lillian's nickname is the Peanut or Cacahuate. We got Alex Yakamikin, and we got Bazari from Tarifa. So
Lillian's actually riding with like stitches in his chin.
yeah, Lillian had a little incident at surf foiling and got stitches the day the competition started. So he was competing literally the same day with stitches in his face. Lillian is a new gong rider as well, so he's stoked to be Malo Genole's teammate and fellow French gong rider.
Yeah, look, and there's been some really, like, the French guys have been doing great today over this competition. It's been really awesome. You know, the Bouillet brothers as well. You know, they're killing it in the slalom, you know, and it's been really cool to see there's a lot of athletes from France. There's a lot of athletes from the US. There's a lot of athletes from New Zealand. It's been really cool just to see the combination.
So here we are with round 4, heat 2. They are really close to a start. The yellow is down. That means we're less than a minute. We're waiting for the horn and to see these riders jump across the start line.
So a reminder that when they
Green
start,
flag.
which is now, they're going to go straight into a pump leg once they cross the start line. So is that Christopher McDonald, who looks like he's potentially out front?
Yes, he is. There goes Christopher McDonald. He is pumping away. He is trying to get anything he can in a little bump to just keep going through here. Christopher got a great start. It looks like we got another F1 rider behind him. Both riders competing on that really pretty blue-colored Strike V2. Oh, Christopher does a bit of a wing drag, but it seems like he's going to pull it off. He stays on foil, which is the most important part.
Who's this out next to him, Chris?
You know, I am not sure who that is. That's a local rider who used their knowledge. I know that's Lloyd there on the Ensis wing in 3rd place. So again, right now, these guys aren't super worried about winning this. What they want to do is be top 5. That is the most important part.
Yeah, look out front here. Who are we looking at here? He looks like he's cruising.
Yeah, again, that's another local rider. Here comes Lloyd. These guys are all in the second pump leg. It's kind of hard for us to see the course from here. We're viewing from the screens as well. Goes around the buoy, and these guys are barely up on foil at this place. So there's not a whole lot of wind on the inside. We're just trying to see who's going to cross that finish line now. So
yeah,
we've
look,
got
that
one
was definitely
rider
a local
across,
rider across the front. Is that
but that's
potentially
it so far.
Robinson across, maybe?
I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with a lot of these guys, and it looks like there's 2, 3. There's Christopher. I know that little Grom from Hood River. So he is moving on to the semi. So that's a good result for him.
Yeah, it's been really cool, and that was a really great heat. And the thing to remember is that a lot of these riders, you know, they definitely have potential to be out in front, but they're saving themselves. This is a heat. They only need to make top 5 to get through the next stage of the competition. So it's definitely not worth using up all your energy and pushing yourself to the limit here. It's just about being middle of the pack in this. We're going to get through 2 more heats, I think, and then we're going to look to go into semi-finals and then small and main finals.
That was actually heat number 3. So now we're looking at Bastien Escoffier, Clement Comas, Aiden Nichols, the Armstrong local rider, Thomas Robertson, Sam Tom, Julian Boyer, Paul Hansen, Sebastian Borfoldi, Matthew McIntosh. So these guys are going to be in start sequence any second, if not already, and we are going to see this heat number 4, round 4 of the men's elimination kick off any second.
I mean, my number 1 to watch in this race is definitely Bastien. He's really been killing it today in the slalom, really showing people how it's done and really, really proving that you don't need the wind up that much to perform on wings. You know, if this was a kite competition, you wouldn't even dream of going out there today. But the wings change the whole game, don't they?
Yeah, well, that's what's so nice about the Wing World Tour is because we can run it in almost any conditions. Literally, we just need like 10 knots. As we're seeing today, these athletes can adapt to, you know, the ever-changing conditions, Liam. We've had rain today. We've had squalls. We've had 25 knots, and it looks like we're sitting right now at about 14 knots. We're still looking for the start on this heat number 4 of the men's round 4 of the elimination. I see one of the Armstrong riders circling out there. I see Bastien on his clear wing. He rides for Patrick International, and he is sitting in the catbird seat. What that means is he is in first place. So Bastien is looking for his first podium in the GWA. He is actually looking for his first win here. So I would love to see the Frenchman living in Australia, Bastien Escoffier, Patrick International rider take this.
Yeah, and, you know, it's been really cool watching these guys perform here in New Zealand. Beautiful place, beautiful backdrop, and really these riders are all loving being here. They're loving the food, they're loving the culture, they're loving the weather. Apart from today, we've had sun and hot every day this week. So it's really almost the days where they've had nothing on. It's almost been a bit of a holiday.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of everything, Liam. We've been here about 10 days so far, and when we first got here, it was sunny and glassy, and we had super fun little 2-footers, and we went out there and prone surfed and paddled a little bit, and then, we kind of got into that routine. The food around here, the amazing restaurants. We've had a great time over at Dixie Brown's. That place is amazing. And then, Bullet Espresso and Sean and his crew, Chrisella, she makes the meanest oat milk latte I've ever had. I want to give a shout out to Body in Motion. Dom over there just completely fixed my number 3 rib, has been killing me in the middle of the night, and he is just, he was so kind over there. He's helping all the athletes. So cheers to you, Body in Motion. You guys are crushing it. Thank you again.
And while we're here, we might just shout out a few of our other sponsors. We obviously got Armstrong Foils, Army at Armstrong Foils. He is awesome. But we're going to kick into this race, and we'll come back to the sponsors after. Looks like we've got a couple of the Armstrong boys out front pretty quickly.
Oh, look at Bastian. Bastian threading the needle through and just went right in between the Army guys. He's circling back. It looks like we also had Claymont Colmas, the free wing starboard rider there as well. 2 Army guys. That's Aiden Nichols. Let's see what he's got.
He's got a bit of wing drag going on there.
Looks
but
like
I think
Aiden
he's
Nichols
recovered.
is in front. So Aiden using his local knowledge of the waves and this specific spot. And
what a great pump section from him that was, though. He managed to maintain his speed the whole way through. Actually getting quicker, I think.
Yeah, well, Aiden's one of those guys that's just a natural. So it looks like Bastian is behind him. Bastian is the Frenchman living in Australia, riding for Patrick International Windsurfing, and he is killing it. Oh, I'm really happy to see Clément up there as well. Clément is just an awesome young man from New Caledonia, rides for Starboard, Tituan's cousin. They are definitely a family of watermen. Okay, so all this crew is in their pump leg here. We got that's Baz, the Armstrong rider from Tarifa. It looks like Bastian might slip in on Aiden right here. So he does a really nice turn and actually takes the lead. So Bastian is the one to beat right now. Aiden is going to come across in second. Both these riders are comfortably going to move to the semis. So
it's great results for both of them, really. And as we said before, this is a heat. It's not about coming first, but it's also about not coming sixth. You want to be 5-1. That's your positions you want to advance into the semis.
Well, Liam, that's true. And 1 through 5 advance, but these guys are athletes and they're competitors and they love to compete. So for bragging rights, you want 1-1-1. So Bastian, went out and he was in second the whole time, the local Aiden Nichols, and at the very end, the Boyers, Francesco, those are the guys to look for to take the New Zealand championship.
Yeah, and the thing about this competition is it's only the start, right? GWA is a tour. Where's the next location?
Liam, the next location we're going to Cabo Verde, which is off the coast of Africa, and it's an interesting spot. It's pure wave, so it's a whole new format this year where they've decided to mix up freestyle wave is one discipline, and then they're going to have a second champion for racing, and then they're actually going to have a third champion this year for pure wave. That doesn't mean you can't do tricks on the wave, but it means that if they're not wing powered tricks. So they're looking for traditional stuff like we're going up and just doing a ollie off of a wave where the wing's just in your hand and you do a big jump, or you do a 360, or you do a backflip, but you're not actually sheeting in on the wave and hitting the lip that way.
Yeah, and that's really cool because, as I said before, these give a really good opportunity for some of the guys who aren't necessarily, flatwater guys to really show their skill. We have got the confirmed results in for the last one. So the winner of the last heat was number 26, which is indeed Bastian, which is really, really cool to see.
So, yeah, Liam, now we're going to move on to semifinal 1, and that is Camille Boyer, Oscar Leclerc, Cash Berzola out of Maui, Alain Fedit, Tetuan Galea, Francesco Caputa, Encore Sosa, Jeremiah McDonald, Max Robinson from Canada, and Zane Schweitzer from Maui. That is a stacked semi. So we're kind of in it now. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be trying to grind through these eliminations for the men. So they're going to race as much as they can. So these riders are tired, they're thirsty, but a lot of times they won't even go in because they know that they were top 5, and it takes too much effort to come in and actually, take a sip of water, then go back out through the shore break and get going. So what they'll do is they'll just go out and ride around. So semifinal number 1 about to get underway.
And you know what we were saying before is that there's actually the idea of this is to push through as many eliminations as possible. The more we can get done, the more it means the guys can drop their bad ones, keep their good ones, and put themselves in a really good place with scoring for when they get through to the next location. So we currently can't see a flag currently, so I'm not 100% sure where we're at, but we should not be far off getting a start.
Yeah, some of the guys like Titawan is looking for he's looking for more racing. Titawan wants to discard a few of these. He has not had things go his way this weekend. Normally we see Titawan on the podium or at least top 5. I'm not sure how it's going for the New Caledonian Cabrina rider right now, but I know he did get DQ'd in elimination number 1. So.
All right, guys, I think we're close to starting. You can see everyone making their approach now, which is really cool. And we're just waiting for that horn, and then we're off.
Semi-final number 1 looks like they're underway into the pump leg. Wow, they're bunched up. I see Capuzzo in front. I see one of the Boyers. I see Oscar Leclerc on the Vayu. I see Max Robinson really up front. Max has gotten considerably faster. Today. Max must have changed his foil game up a little bit. Yeah, that's definitely Oscar Leclerc. The Voyu rider has been really looking strong. The Frenchman riding the German gear, and having a great time on it. He's out front. He's stoked. There's Titawan. So I'd love to see Leclerc get a win here. So again, this is semifinal number 1. So winning this is not exactly the most important thing to these guys. Top 5 is. So as I look, I see it looks like that's Francesco Capuzzo in 5th place. So he has got to maintain that position. Let's see who's behind him. That looks like Jeremiah McDonald. So Jeremiah McDonald might just be out of the top 5 and going to what we call the mini final. So that's still a fun spot to be in, but he is not going to be top 10 unless he can get around Francesco. But that's not to say someone doesn't crash. A lot of times at the end, someone will crash. Oh, look at Titawan trying to sneak up on Oscar and steal this one. So it looks like Oscar Leclerc, the Vayu rider, Titawan Galea, Cabrina, Alain Fedit, AFS,
yeah.
Francesco, RRD, and then Boyer right behind him. That was 5, right?
That's going to make for if all 5 of them got through with no DQs, that's going to make a really awesome 5 for the final.
So it looks like we got Jeremiah McDonald, Encore Souza, and Zane Schweitzer going on to the mini final. All right, we are moving on to semifinal number 2, elimination number 4 of the men. We got Callum Robertson, Bastian Escoffier, Vinnie Martins, Aiden Nichols, Costa Gladiatus, Clement Colmas, Christopher McDonald, Paul Hansen, Josh Collins, and Sam Tom. Let's see, guys, how we're going to do on this one.
Yeah, and I think Bastian truly is one to watch, as we've said today. He's really, really cleaning up the competition. He just seems to be graceful, all-rounder, doing really, really well.
So there's that yellow flag. So we are less than 2 minutes out. When that flag goes down for our viewers at home, that signifies less than a minute. That's when the racers are all pacing themselves off those race watches and hopefully hitting the start line when that beeper goes off on your watch exactly right there. So we'll see who gets the whole shot on this one, Liam.
For those of you just joining us, we are here at the beautiful Mount Maunganui Beach for day 7 of the GWA Wingfoiling competition. The yellow flag is up, which means we are getting close to it being a minute out. When that yellow flag drops, that gives us lets us know we are a minute out from the start of the race.
Flag down.
The flag is down, so we're officially a minute out. This race is going to be awesome. We've got some really cool competitors in this competition, but personally, the people I'll be watching are Bastian and Vinny. They've been performing exceptionally well today, and I'm really keen to see how it goes.
So there's the committee boat we're seeing, and flag is down. So now we're going to zoom out and look at the start, because these guys are going to be coming any second into the pump leg, which is the first part of this course.
Yeah, it's an interesting course we're dealing with. We changed the course from this morning, and we're now dealing with a course that has 2 free-fly pump sections, which we haven't seen in this competition here in Mount Maunganui yet, but it's really testing the athletes. So
There's the riders packing up there. Look at that. So here comes the fleet right here, all coming in. We're going to be waiting for that horn and the green flag to go up. There we go. Wow, there's a couple different lines here. We got Christopher McDonald on the blue F1 Strike V2. We got Aiden, looks like Aiden Nichols there on the Armstrong. He's looking strong. We got Bastian. That is Clement Comas. Bastian actually is not in the front here, so we're going to see if he's going to be top 5 because he definitely wants to be going to the main event.
While we're here, though, I've got some confirmed finishes for the first
There's
semi-final.
Chris McDonald. He is trying to get into that main.
Coming in.
Clement looking fast. Bastian. Christopher snuck in upwind and tacked pretty aggressively there. So here he goes. He just goes by Clement and just goes a little faster around that corner. But Clement did get him on the inside. So this is going to be a close finish.
Coming in first in the first semi-final was Camille Boyer. Coming in second was Tituan Galea. Coming in third was number 69, which is Alain Fadit. Coming in fourth and moving on was Francesco Capuzzo. And coming in fifth was number 23, which is,
We got Aiden Nichols having a really good pump leg, and he actually looks like he might win this one. Oh, but there's Bastian who's going to try and sneak in again. Let's see if we can pan out here. So it looks like Aiden does take semi number 2, followed by Bastian. Clement, Christopher looks like he's going to sneak into the main again. That's another good result for him. So there's Vinny Martins, it looks like, who just comes across in 6th. That's going to be disappointing for him.
Yeah, look, and that was a really awesome semi-final to watch, and I think it's going to make for a very, very interesting final. We've got all the top players who, some of those guys who came off foil last time and didn't quite make it across have really got a good shot at making it happen this time around.
So now what we're going to be looking at is we are going to have 2 more races in this men's elimination number 4. So as soon as these 2 races are done, these guys are going to get a discard. So that's exactly what they're looking for. So you only count your 3 best scores out of 4. So if something happens, you get DQ'd. Like Bastian got DQ'd in one race, so he was 10th. Tituan got DQ'd, so he got a poor score too. But both those guys are going to get to drop those scores after these final 2 races. So for the viewers at home, we have 2 finals. We have the mini final, which is for 11th through 20th place, and then we have the grand final. That is 1 through 10. So we are most likely going to start with the grand final and then the mini final. So we're going to see what happens.
Yeah, we're just waiting for results through to give you a confirmed list of who's in what finals. But, it's clear to see that some of those guys are already going to be going through that did exceptionally well in those last 2 semi-finals. Who do you think is going to take this one?
I mean, if I was a gambling man, I'd have to put my money on Bastian at this point. He's been the fastest, I think, for the week and has the most momentum right now. He snuck around Aiden the race before last. I was really happy to see Aiden Nichols, the Armstrong local, sneak that last semi-2 out in front of Bastian because that's a really strong win for him and Armstrong. You can never count out the champ Tituan Galea. He's bound to figure out his game this weekend and start going fast. Francesco Capuzzo is another fast one. One of these days, Christopher is going to win one of these main finals, so I know he's going to get more excited about racing as soon as that happens. So, anything can happen with 2 pump legs. So, for you guys at home, you can see all the riders grouped up hanging on to the committee boat. So what they're doing is one guy will hang on to the boat, which is anchored, and then the rest of them grab each other's wings and stuff. So what they're doing is they're being told what semis they're in. Basically, they don't have enough time to come in and run up to the beach and look at the board. So they're listening to the race directors say, Christopher, you're in the final. Mini final first. So all they're doing is basically that's just a way to stay organized and get information from the race director on the boat.
We officially have the results of who's in the small final, who's in the main final. I'll read out the small final names and then I will let Chris do the main final. So for the small final, we have Jeremiah McDonald, we have Vinny, we have Encore, we have Paul Hansen, we have Zane, we have Costa, Cash Berzola, Josh Collins, Max Robinson, and Sam Tom.
Yeah, so what So it looks like we're running the small final first. So for the viewers, that is 11th through 20th. So getting to the small final is quite an achievement in itself. These are the fastest guys in the world. So we got 40 guys racing, so that means you're top 20, and potentially the highest you can be is 11th. So all these guys, as you're looking at your screen, what they're doing is they're taking a rest. They're getting some strategy. I'll run down our final now. That's a great final for Callum.
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting to see this final. We've got all the guys who've been performing well today. They all just managed to get through and not run into any complications with coming on or off foil during the semis. So it's really cool to see them all up there for the final. And, you know, every race is competitive at the end of the day, but this one will be especially.
Yeah, I'm looking forward. I mean, to me, the mini and the main are always fun, but we're coming up on the main or the mini final. I'm looking for the boat to see the start. Oh, yellow flag in the air. So we are less than 2 minutes away from the start of the mini final. So let's see. Out of the mini final, we got Jeremiah McDonald, Vinnie Martins, Zane Schweitzer. So Max Robinson from Toronto. So this could be a win for Max. This could be a win for Zane. This could be Jeremiah's chance to win. Cash could get one. So this is going to be a good one. This is kind of a fleet of the guys that we haven't really seen on the top step of the podium. So this small final sometimes it's great to win, even if it's the small final. So let's see who can get this one. This is going to be.
To me, my money's on Max, man. Like comparing yesterday, today, he's come out today with such power and in such force. You know, all of his races that he's done today, he's been right up there in the pack, and I'm really excited to see how he goes in the small final.
So there's Max on the green slingshot wing, based out of Toronto. Yellow flag down, 1 minute to go. So let's see what they got. Max is. I like Max in this. I like. You know who I also like is Zane. I didn't really take Zane to be a racer, but you know what? I've really seen kind of some. He's hungry for some more speed. He's been really into the racing side of things and kind of pushing for us all to run more races. So if Zane wins one, then he's definitely going to be hooked.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that some of these guys do have preferred disciplines, you know. I mean, most of them will prefer racing or prefer freestyle, but it's really cool to see some of the guys who did exceptionally well in freestyle also showing people how it's done in the racing.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things with a rider like Tituan Gailea, who, you know, not last year, but the year before, he was not only race champion, but he was freestyle champion. So I'm not sure if we're ever going to see that again. Racing has gotten a lot more. Look, here we are on the start. I can see all the guys packed up real tight. Let's see when we're going to... There's the start horn. Here they come. They're already pumping. It looks like... Who is in the lead there in that white wing? Oh, I think that they are actually doing the final first, unless I'm... Because that's Tituan and Francesco.
Yeah, I think we are looking at the
so
final.
We're in the final. Excuse us. We thought we were doing the mini final first. So there's Oscar Leclerc. It looks like Bastian's out front. There's Christopher McDonald. He is taking up the back of the pack, but he usually catches a lot of guys, so we'll see what he can do. Here comes Bastian. There's Aiden looking like it could be a podium in this final. That would be a great result for the local Armstrong rider.
Yeah, look, and the local guys are really showing.
Oh, there goes Clément Comas going down. There's, I think that's Oscar Leclerc going down, the Vayu rider. There's Francesco looking strong as usual. He looks like he may have just passed Aiden. We're going to find out. But Bastian, again, like this is a strong, real fast, experienced racer.
Looks like Aiden's come off foil potentially, which is a bit
he does have a bump behind him. So there goes Bastian. So let's zoom out here so we can see the finish. Yep, there is Oscar Leclerc coming in the back. Oh, there's a big wave that those guys. Oh, I think that was Aiden. Oh, that whitewater just took him out. There's Camille Boyer.
Francesco.
There's Christopher. Oh, that's a bummer for Aiden. He had a great result there.
It was so close, but it just really shows that anything can happen in these races. I mean, he was probably 20 meters from the finish and unfortunately just got taken out by that wave. So, you know, it happens, and it just shows that nothing's guaranteed until you're across the finish line, right, Chris?
Yeah, sadly, it looks like he crashed about less than 15 meters from the finish line. Aiden was riding toe side, just trying to squeak across the finish line, and not a whole lot of power in there, pretty light wind, and he basically just didn't have enough power to break through that whitewater. So we see Oscar Leclerc going across. He's going to be disappointed, but still, that's a great result. Top 10. You know, these are the fastest guys in the world. So that's the final. I mean, any position in the final is a victory as far as I'm concerned.
And yeah, we're looking at the yellow flag for what we think is the mini final now, which is going to be exciting as well. Yeah, as I said, I mean, who are you picking for this one?
Well, I'd like to see my friend Max Robinson from Canada. Max is from Toronto. He's a dedicated slingshot rider. He's always got a smile on his face. This kid's amazing. So he has really been getting faster, which I don't know what his secret sauce is. I'd like to talk to him. I don't know if he has a new foil or he's been training more on the racing side, but he's going really well. So Max is doing great, so it'll be fun to see what he can pull out.
Yeah, and I think like I said before, you know, comparing yesterday to today, Max's performance is incredible. He's come out today in full force, ready to go and ready to show these guys how it's done.
So I think Zane Schweitzer has a chance in this one. Max Robinson. It sure would be cool to see local Jeremiah McDonald win this. Maybe Vinnie Martin or a lot of these. There's a bunch of local guys in here that just, Liam, I'm sorry, I just don't know them well enough to know how fast they are, but we'll see.
Yeah, look, you know, and it's the reality of the sport, you know. There's so many new guys. There's so many guys who this is their first GWA, you know. Cash's first GWA, right?
Yep.
And Cash has been killing it, you know. He did so well in the freestyle. I think he got through to the semis.
Well, Cash was second in the seeding round of freestyle, which no one expected. And unfortunately, the way that the ladder system worked, Cash was unlucky, and Cash had to go up against the number 1 seed, Christopher McDonald from Hood River, super early on. So Cash got eliminated by Christopher, who went on to win the thing, but Cash should not have been seated where he was. He should have had an easier run up into the finals and should have gone further. Sometimes that's just the luck of the draw. It's no one's fault. It's unfortunately bad luck for Cash, but I think in a way it was a taste for him. You know, there goes the start of the mini. Who are we looking at? Those are some local guys. Where is Max?
Look, this is anyone's game at this point. They're all
really
very even.
There's
just need to wait
Zane
till they
looking
round
like
that
he
can.
might pull this out. He is looking. There's Jeremiah trying to sneak up the inside. Oh, I think Zane is going to pull this. This is kind of what I expected. This guy's competitive. There he goes. He rounds the mark first. He's got a pretty comfortable lead with another F1 rider behind. Oh, look at Max Robinson trying to get up there and sneak one in. But if Zane can keep it together, so right now Zane knows he has the lead. Zane has plenty of a lead for himself. He's used to pressure situations, but he still has a complete pump leg to go. So that can start to play tricks on your mind. Right now what he's doing is like, man, keep it together. I'm in first. Look at him holding that wing. Oh, he's losing a little balance. And he is actually pumping away and looking pretty good. My money's now on Zane. I think he can take this one home. Oh, looks like we lost one of the Armstrong competitors in the back there.
Yeah, I think Zane's got this in the bag at this point. But Max, hey, coming in second is not a bad result.
Well, what this is going to do for Zane is it's going to stoke him out even more because he just won a final. It doesn't matter. It's the mini final. These, like we said, these are the fastest guys in the world. So some guys say, well, I don't know if I want to get 9th or 10th in the final. I'd rather win the mini. It's better for his sponsors. We talk about it more. Oh, look at Jeremiah McDonald sneaking through. That's Cash Berzola from Maui also trying to get in for 3rd. Wow, those guys were really going for it at the end. We must have lost Max Robinson. I think he must have gone down, unfortunately, because I think I see the slingshot rider in the background, and he must have come off foil and realized that his day was done.
What I can bring you now, guys, is the results from our final, which was before this. Coming in first place is number 26, Bastien Escoffier, which was awesome. Coming in second is number 1, Tituan Galea. And coming in third is number 69, Alan Fadid. So that was exactly what we saw from here. Exceptional performance from all 3 of those blokes, and they'll be stoked with a result like that.
Yeah, that definitely puts Bastien in command. It seems like Bastien has a little bit more speed this weekend than anyone else. He's won with I'm pretty confident with the one discard he has. His scores literally stand as 1-1-1. So pretty hard to upset Bastien right now. We still may run more races. It's early in the day, and these guys are hungry. So we're going to see what the GWA says. Are we going on to men's elimination 5? Who knows? We also have another day of racing tomorrow. Let's just see how it goes.
What we are going to bring to you now, guys, is a video from one of our sponsors, the local Tauranga City Council, who without them, this event would not have happened. So, yeah, let's cut to their video, and we'll see you soon.
Morena. Couple of there?
Oh, so fun.
Te moana nui a toi, sure to make you smile.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back at day 7 of the GWA competition here in Mount Maunganui. The weather has turned itself on today. We have got wind, we have got clear skies, and we have got competition. We've just finished the mini final for the men's elimination 5. We've also done the main final for men's elimination 5, and we have results. We're currently awaiting to see what happens next, and once we get some more information, we'll come back with you. Anything you want to add, Chris?
No, but we've had a really nice day here. That was actually the end of elimination number 4. So that is exactly what the rider want. They get 1 discard at this point. So that means Bastian is sitting in command of first place for this New Zealand championship with a score of 1-1-1. So Bastian stoked. That's either Tituan, Francesco, or the Boyers up behind him. And I'm not sure who's in third, but we shall see. We may continue racing. There is wind out there. I'm not sure. We're just going to have to kind of sit back and see what we're doing.
Yeah, look, and while we're here, I might just take a moment to shout out some awesome sponsors that we've got here that make this possible. First one being Armstrong Foils, the title sponsor of the event. Locally owned and operated Kiwi company that really is supporting so many of our competitors out there today with sponsorship. You watch them all load up into the Armstrong van at the end of the day, and I think, seriously, it looks like one of those clown cars fitting so many people into it. They have an incredible amount of guys that they support to compete in this competition, so huge shout out to them. Eve's Realty, one of our local real estate businesses here in Tauranga, who without their support this event would not go ahead. Huge financial support, and they're out on the beach with their photo booth on the weekend, so come down on Saturday and check it out. We also have 1NZ. 1NZ is a telephone provider here in New Zealand who, without their support, there would have been no live music on the beach. Part of Waterbourne Festival is that we've had live music on the beach for the first time in 10 years, which is pretty freaking awesome if you ask me. And last up on our sponsorship, we have Tip Top. Tip Top providing all the ice creams over the event, and I know that Chris and I have eaten a lot of ice cream.
So, Liam, I want to put a special shout out to one of the other sponsors, Body in Motion. Man, they are physical therapists, and they have been down helping the athletes and everyone associated with the weekend. They're so kind. I told them I had a pinched nerve in my shoulder, and Dom, one of the best trainers I've ever been to, sat me down on the table during one of our breaks, and my number 3 and 4 rib feels way better. Dom, thank you. Body in Motion, you guys are awesome. Great sponsors, and go over and get all those aches and pains worked out. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, and then last but not least, we got to keep shouting them out because they do an incredible job as Bullet Espresso, man. They've been here every day, rain or shine, wind or no wind, serving up incredible coffee for all the competitors. They've got 3 main coffees they use, the 22 Cal, which is their lowest strength coffee, really smooth finish. Their 303, which is a mid-strength coffee with really nice notes of caramel in it, and then their 50 Cal, which is their punch you in the face coffee. It's so strong. I had one this morning, and man, it woke me up. They're awesome. Sean from Bullet Espresso is incredible. They're moving to like fully home compostable pods, which is so awesome, cutting down plastic and all those horrible things. So yeah, check them out online. They do all online orders. They do beans, they do capsules, they do everything. And yeah, if you meet Sean, tell him I sent you, and I'd appreciate that, because Sean will keep giving me coffee, which I love.
Yeah, Liam, I don't know what I'm going to do when this event's over, because I'm in a new routine where I leisurely get up in the morning and I stroll down to the event site, and I just park myself down at Bullet Espresso. Sean and Chrisella have been doing such a nice job in there, and they're so friendly and nice, and Chrisella knows your order, and she has it ready for you, and it's just like I'm into the oat milk cappuccinos. They're just spectacular. So thumbs up for Bullet Espresso. We really appreciate you guys.
Awesome, guys. Well, at the moment, we're currently just waiting to see what will happen next, but once we have some more information, we will come back to you, but sit tight. We will be back soon.
We are back for the GWA Wingfoil World Tour, stop number 1 in New Zealand. We are in day number 7, and we have had an action-packed day of racing so far. We are looking to start men's elimination number 5. So this is exactly what the racers want to see. We have consistent wind. We got a great course set up. So we are just going to have these racers go back out, and we'll try and get another elimination done. So far, little recap of the week. We were able to get freestyle done over in Pilot Bay at the base of the mount, and it was an amazing afternoon of men's and women's freestyle. On the women's side, it was Nia Suardiaz from Tarifa who was able to come home and get the first place trophy. On the men's side, Christopher McDonald, the Hood River local from the United States, was able to throw down an amazing final run against his buddy Malo Ganole, who was super stoked. They were like less than 1 point separating him, so that was just a throwdown between two of the youngsters. Malo 17, Christopher 16. Today we are in day 7 and we are getting plenty of racing going on. So far, the hot story has been Bastien Escoffier, the Patrick rider, Patrick International board foil. He is on fire. So we just finished our 4th elimination, which allows all the racers to drop their worst result. So Bastien, dropping his worst result, is sitting with a perfect score of 3 first places. So it looks like Bastien is in control here. You know, anything can still happen, Liam, but if I had to put money on it, I would say Bastien Escoffier, the Patrick rider, is looking like he's going to take this.
Look, this week has been a week of playing a bit of Kiwi style yeah nah all week. We haven't been able to there's been days where we've been like, yeah, nah, and there's been days where we've been, yeah, nah, yeah, and all sorts of things. So, you know, we're really just seeing how we go, and the wind's been on today, so today's been a yeah, nah, yeah day, and we're out there doing it. And, I mean, today really is just about cramming in as many eliminations as possible, you know. Most of these riders have been on the water since 10:30. They haven't had lunch. They haven't done nothing because we're just trying to get in as many as we can.
Yeah, Liam. When Mother Nature actually cooperates, you've got to just go out and go full gas. So what they're doing is they're saying like, hey guys, it's only 2 o'clock or whatever time it is. Let's just keep racing. So to do a men's elimination, it is actually 8 full races to get a result. So how this works is we have 40 racers. The first thing we do is have 4 heats of 10. The first 5 of each heat will advance on to the semis. The bottom 5 guys are on the beach. So all you're really worried about in these heat races is being top 5.
Yeah, and look, that's why when you'll see sometimes in the competition that our riders who end up coming 1st, 2nd, 3rd in our finals, really, they get through the heats and semis in 4th and 5th because, you know, they're all athletes, it's competitive, and of course they want to get the best score they can, but they're also all being very mindful of the fact that they don't want to knacker themselves during the heats and during the semis because they have to be able to perform in that final.
Yeah, Liam, you're totally correct on that. You know, there's no point in you know, blowing up or crashing or pushing too hard to go from 4th to 3rd because the result doesn't matter. What you care about is top 5. 6th place and below is sitting on the beach. So if you're in 6th or 7th, yeah, then no problem. I want to see you going as fast as you can trying to move up into the top 5 spot. But if realistically, if you're in 2nd, there's no reason really to push. So the experienced veterans know how to race, and they understand that the time to really go for it is further on in. So if anybody out there watching wants to type in some questions or so here we go with the red flag going up. So that means we are now in the start sequence for elimination number 5 for the men, heat number 1. So in this, we have Alain Fedit, Callum Robertson, Zane Schweitzer, Costa Gladioidis, Max Robinson, Hugo Wigglesworth, Anthony Eppen, Toby Wigglesworth, and Alex Yakimikin. So let's see who's going to move on to the semi out of this. Red flag up. Less than 3 minutes till this starts.
To me, Alain Fedit's really been performing well in this competition, hasn't he? You know, he did exceptionally well in the freestyle. Did he come in 3rd?
Yes, Alain was on the podium for the first time in freestyle. So the AFS rider riding for Germany this year is super stoked. He had a big smile on his face. I expect big things from Alain. He's one of the innovative riders out there and really kind of pushing the sport. So these guys are out there today, yellow flag up, 2 minutes or less. When that flag goes down, that will signify less than 1 minute.
Yeah, and it's really awesome that, you know, even though Alain has been pulling the third in the freestyle, he's also consistently been pulling, you know, third, fourth, fifth finishes in our slaloms today. So it really shows that he's an all-round athlete. He's really good at his freestyle, really innovative with his tricks, but then also down to the traditional slalom style of racing. He's really able to perform across the board.
Absolutely, Liam. Alon's an all well-rounded rider. He's real good at all disciplines, surf, freestyle. He's a good guy too. I really like him, and he's fast, and he's really laid back like most of these guys are. So as we're waiting for this yellow flag to drop, signifying 1 minute to go, I want to give a shout out to all the viewers out there. Drop us a question in the comment section. We'd love to hear what you're saying. Do you have any suggestions? Should we talk more or less? Do you want to ask your riders any specific questions? Let us know what's going on. Oh, there we see a nice air from the, I'm not sure who that was, but someone just blasted one on the inside there. Always having fun.
Yeah, and it's been a really good day to watch. I've thoroughly enjoyed today because it shows the skill, and not only with these guys with their freestyle from the other couple of days, but a lot of these guys are performing exceptionally well in the slalom as well. So, there's guys who definitely favour the slalom. There's guys who this is their thing. Francesca, the Boyer brothers. I'm missing someone.
Tituan, Bastion. There's the local rider, Lloyd. So we're less than 1 minute away. Let's pan out and see if we can get this start. They're going to be going immediately into the pump leg. Looks like they're definitely packing up. I see Max Robinson, the Canadian rider. Oh, they're real tight. Here they go. Oh, looks like I can't tell who's out front. Max is looking strong. There's Cash, or one of the Armstrong riders. Looks like he folds his wing over.
Yeah, look,
I have not seen the green flag yet, but I guess we are racing.
I mean, Max is truly awesome.
There's Alon really looking good on that. That's a specific race wing he has designed there.
Who does Alon ride for?
Alon rides for AFS in Germany.
Cool.
Max Robinson looking good. So, again, these guys have to realize they're in the top 5. They can chill a little bit. There's one of our local riders. Let's see if we can get his number. That is 96. So there they go. They're coming into the second pump leg. Men's elimination number 5, heat 1. That looks like Wigglesworth right there. He grabs his wing. He's going into the pump leg. This kid definitely knows how to ride the wave, so the pumping section should be easy for him. Callum Robertson up there. These guys are flying. What a great wave. Look at Wigglesworth right there. That's a fun one. Now he's got to get out of this whitewater, which could be a bit challenging. So he's going to actually have to turn and, oh, wow, that's a veteran move right there. Getting out of that whitewater's hard. That looks like that's either, is that Zane? Yeah, that's Zane Schweitzer just kind of snuck up there towards the front. So he's going to cross in third or fourth. Looks like Max Robinson's going through. So all those guys are stoked. All they want to do is just be able to move on to the semis from here. So now, Liam, we are looking at semi number 2, and this looks stacked already. Tituan Gailea, Christopher McDonald, Oscar Leclerc, Vinnie Martins, Paul Hansen, Lloyd Perot, Finn Pay, Lillian Jupet, the Peanut, and Kyle Taylor.
Yeah, look, that was a great heat, Chris, and that kind of. I would almost like to make the comment that as they get further on through the day, we are seeing a drop in pace. The guys are just getting knackered. It's not easy what they're doing, especially this new course that we're doing, which has not one but 2 pump sections. It really does tire the athletes. The way that they have to, it's pumping. They have to pump their legs hard through both of those sections, and it's really important to make that, to keep the pace up. So, I can't blame them. I'd be knackered already. I'd be asleep on the beach, but they're doing really well.
Yeah, Liam, I know how you feel. I'm pretty tired even just watching right now. It's these guys are working so hard. There goes the yellow flag for heat number 2. I see Christopher, the F1 rider out there. He's starting to pace around. So we are in the less than 2 minutes to go. Who else we got? There's a couple I see a bunch of the new Armstrong wings circling around. Let's have another look at this heat sheet. See who we got.
Yeah, I mean, this is heat 2, so we have, coming in is a first name on this is Tituan Galea, who is definitely one to watch.
Well, you know, there's a reason why Tituan has the number 1. That's his number. You know,
Yep.
clearly the guy is at the top of his game. We'll see what he's got.
We have Christopher McDonald, who F1 rider. He's awesome, young gun in the game. You know, 16 years old, and he is a weapon. Like, he is truly awesome. He won the freestyle. He's really, you know, he doesn't show his age in what he does. He competes just as well as these veteran athletes, and he's really killing the game. We've got Oscar Leclerc, awesome. Who does Oscar ride for?
Oscar rides for Vayu, the German company, and he has been really fast, and his freestyle game is improving. Oscar, I think, is one to watch. I think he's definitely getting better at racing and freestyle, and I expect some big things out of Oscar in the future.
Yeah, it's truly been pretty cool. We've got Vinnie Martins. He's one to watch. He's doing really well in the slalom. Paul Hansen, also doing well. Lloyd Parrott, Finn Pye, Lillian Dupé, and Kyle Taylor.
So it looks like we're less than a minute from the start. We can pan out and we can see these guys come across.
Yeah, I mean they'll all be tacking right back towards the start, really digging in and getting ready to go.
Yeah, there they are, real bunched up. That's Lloyd, one of the local riders. He is on Ensis. That's Christopher McDonald in the F1 there. These guys are trying to cross without getting DQ'd. We'll still wait for that green flag. There's the start boat. Looks like they're already going into the pump section. That looks like Oscar Leclerc on the Vayu right next to Tituan. Those guys could almost reach out and touch each other right now. There's Vinnie Martins trying to sneak in on the Neil Pride JP board. He is looking good right there. Tituan looks to be pretty firmly in control of this one. He goes around the first mark, no problem on that new Cabrini gear of his, proudly displaying that number 1. You know, I expect a lot out of the New Caledonian. He's super fast.
I mean, you don't get number 1 for nothing. Number 1 truly is the title of number 1.
Yeah, this Cabrini rider is a true veteran. He's got Oscar Leclerc behind him. He's got Christopher McDonald trying to get into a top 5 position. I'm not sure if he is right now, so we're going to have to see. Maybe we can pan out and get a little more. That's a great shot at Tituan, but he's clearly in the lead. Yeah, there goes Lloyd. There goes Vinny. Wow, looks like Oscar Leclerc is actually trying to pinch Tituan off right there. Oscar does get around him, so he just took a better line through the pump section. So let's see how these guys finish, but it looks like Oscar Leclerc on the Vayu wing just nudges out Tituan, the Cabrini rider. Let's see who's next. There goes Vinnie Martins. There goes Lloyd. And who is going to be in the top 5? Oh, Christopher sneaks in. He is looking really lucky right there. So those top 5 advance. McDonald, Gaillet, Leclerc, Martins, and Lloyd, the local New Zealand Ensis rider who I've been really impressed with. Yep. All right, we are now going on to round number 5, heat number 3. In this one, we have Francesco Capuzzo, the Italian stallion RRD rider. We got Camille Boyer, Capuzzo's teammate at RRD. Cash Berzola, the young Armstrong rider, having a breakout contest. Jeremiah McDonald, the local Axis rider, who's done quite well on the racing side. Sam Tom, William Novak, Matthew McIntosh, who I talked to this morning at the Coffee Bullet Espresso. Great young man. Alvaro Bon, Sebastiano Barafoldi, and Bazari, the Tarifa native, over here with the Armstrong crew. We're getting a shot of this. It looks like we got a guy that just came off the mount and showed up on the beach. Those things look really cool. I think that's a paraglider. So here we are. This is round 5, heat number 3, yellow flag in the air, less than 2 minutes. Capuzzo, Boyer, 2 to watch. Jeremiah McDonald, Bazari, 1 to watch. And also Cash. Cash Berzola's had a real breakout contest here in New Zealand. The Maui local kid came and, he did quite well in freestyle. He's doing well in racing. He did really well in the tow foil. And I'm just generally impressed with this Armstrong rider. He's crushed it. So we'll see how you can do in this heat 3. Yellow flag still up. As soon as that goes down for you at home, that means we are under a minute to go. Yellow down, less than a minute. I'm just generally impressed with this Armstrong rider. He's crushed. I want to give a shout out to the whole GWA crew. Those guys, we're seeing a great shot of them on the boat right now. That's a lot of work sitting out on that boat, bobbing up and down, making sure guys aren't jumping. Basically, that's the race director, and I'm not sure who the other fellow is, but those guys are working super hard. So thank you guys. We appreciate all your effort. We know this is not an easy event to run. Mother Nature has thrown some curveballs in there, but everyone has made it work. So we are now in men's elimination 5, heat 3. I am looking at Capuzzo, Boyer, McDonald, and Berzola as favorites in this one. Basically, that's the race director, and I'm not sure who the other fellow is, but those guys are working super hard. So here we go. Looks like they're about to jump the start line. Here comes all the guys full speed. They're going to go into the pump leg. There we go. That is Jeremiah McDonald, the local New Zealand rider, on a fun little wave. Look at him. He's just going to ride that thing all the way, and he doesn't even need to pump. Looks like Francesco is on a wave behind him and looking to be in the top 5. Jeremiah drags that wing just a little bit. That's going to take a little bit of his speed, but it still looks like Jeremiah is in control. Oh, Francesco has gotten around. We'll see if the Italian stallion can keep it up. There he goes, finishes the pump leg. Now he is riding toe side upwind up to the next pump leg. So Francesco out front, right now he's on cruise mode. All he wants to do is just not throw it away. He doesn't necessarily need to win this. What he needs to do is top 5. So Francesco rides for RRD, the Italian company, and you can see that hard boom that he's racing with. So that looks like it's a pretty darn fast wing. Francesco easily in control on the pump leg. That looks like that is Camille Boyer, his teammate behind, followed by Jeremiah McDonald, followed by one of the local guys, as well as possibly that is Cash on the Armstrong. I'm going to look for that signature red helmet, which I think I see. So Cash is trying to get into the semis here with the top 5. So far I am seeing Francesco 1. Let's see who crosses behind him. So there's Francesco. Maybe we can pan out a little bit. There goes Camille in second. So those guys are through to the semis. There goes Cash with a nice third. There goes Jeremiah. And who will be our last finisher? Stay there for 1 second on the camera. We're looking for one more rider to cross that line. Way to go, Cash. He moves on to the semis. Francesco 1. Let's see who crosses behind him. So there's Francesco. Maybe we can pan out a little bit. There's Camille in second. So those guys. So I'm still looking for one more rider for the semi, unless he snuck through below. But as far as I can tell, that is only 4 riders across, but we will find out from the race committee. Now we are waiting on our final heat number 4 of elimination number 5 on the men. We have Bastien Escoffier, who is clearly in front right now with a score of 1-1-1. We have Clement Kalmus. We have Aiden Nichols, Josh Collins, Angkor Sosa, Thomas Robertson, Mateo L. from Kauai, Julian Boyer, and Army Armstrong. Number 5 of the men. We have Bastien Escoffier, who is clearly in front right now with a score of 1-1-1. So after heat number 4, we will be moving on to semifinal 1, which will be Callum Robertson, Oscar Leclerc, Alain Fedit, Tituan Galea, Hugo Wigglesworth, Vinnie Martins, Max Robinson, Lloyd Perot, Zane Schweitzer, and Christopher McDonald. Green flag up. Looks like they got a good start. Let's see who takes this heat number 4 of round 5 of the men's. Looks like Bastian is in front with an Armstrong rider. I think that's... Let's see who that is.
It's definitely a local Armstrong rider.
That is Aiden Nichols. So Aiden Nichols has proven to be very fast in this. He's been going great all day, but Bastian is just untouchable. Bastian obviously has been training on the racing side of things and is an experienced competitor, and he's looking for 4 firsts, which would be amazing. There's Aiden. There's Clément Colmas, the New Cal rider, free wing starboard. Who else do we have here? It looks like, oh no, it looks like Colmas either hits some seaweed or something goes wrong and he just jumps off the foil, and I don't think Clément will make the semis unless he can really get going fast. So here comes Bastian. He switches his feet. He's passing the finish line for another win, and now the most important part, the next 4 riders will advance. That's Aiden. That's the other Armstrong rider there. So 2 more to go. That looks like Encore Sosa, so he's through. And who will be the last lucky rider to get that semi spot? Oh, it looks like Clément is able to get going again. He was fully off the board, had to water start and get back on foil. So nice job, Clément. So Clément does move through to semi number 2. So we are now about to go into start sequence for semi-final number 1. That will be Callum Robertson, Oscar Leclerc, Alain Fedit, Titouan Galea, Hugo Wigglesworth, Vinnie Martins, Max Robinson, Lloyd Perot, Zane Schweitzer, and Christopher McDonald. So semifinal 1, yellow flag in the sky. We are under 2 minutes to go. We've got Robertson, Leclerc, Fedit, Galea, Wigglesworth, Martins, Robinson, Perot, Schweitzer, and McDonald in this one. Zane Schweitzer, the Maui-based free wing starboard rider, circling the boat, trying to get his starting position lined up.
Look, today the competition's been awesome to watch, Chris. I don't know about you, but I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and I think it's been really, really cool to see the guys out there finally getting some wind.
Yellow flag down. We are less than a minute before the start. There's Max Robinson and Christopher McDonald, both jockeying around for position. I see Hugo Wigglesworth, number 78, the local New Zealander. Vinnie Martins, Alain Fedit, Oscar Leclerc, Callum Robertson. This is definitely a fast semi. Lloyd Perot, number 87 on the NSYS, is also very quick. Oh, there the boys catching some little bumps on the outside, getting ready for the start. So again, semi number 1, they are looking for a top 5. What that will do is put them in the grand final. Pumping towards the start. Looks like they're in a good one. Up, committee flag up. Looks like someone jumped. We'll have to wait for the official result, but someone is definitely getting DQ'd on that. So for the viewers at home, when the blue and yellow flag comes out, that means someone was across the start early. So we're going to have to wait and see who that rider was. They are then DQ'd, and they are automatically in the mini final. So now we're looking at Zane, Schweitzer, Vinny. What they're all going to do is go link up at the committee boat again. So the guys will come off foil. They'll grab onto the boat. They'll grab onto each other's wings so everyone can be right there and hear what the race director has to say. There's Tituan. Tituan's going to drop. He'll grab onto the edge of Vinny's wing. And what they're doing is they're waiting for the next countdown. So normally a start sequence is 3 minutes. They're going to go into a 2-minute start sequence. So we're gonna see that happening soon enough. We're going to get sorted out who's DQ'd. They will be out of the race. So while we're waiting, in semi number 2, we will have Francesco Capuzzo, the Italian stallion, Bastian Escoffier with the perfect score so far today, 3 1s. Camille Boyer, Aiden Nichols, the local, Cash Berzola, the Maui-based Armstrong rider, Mateo L., the Kauai-based Armstrong rider, Jeremiah McDonald, the local Axis rider, Encore Sosa, the Cabrina rider from Fuerteventura, Matthew McIntosh, the local, and Clement Colmas, the New Caledonian cousin of Tituan's starboard free wing rider. So yellow flag in the sky. We are now looking at under 2 minutes to go on the start. These riders are now going back into their normal start sequence. I am still waiting to hear from the race director on who is DQ'd. Yellow flag down. We are now in the final minute before semi number 1. We got Robertson, Leclerc, Fedit, Galea, Wigglesworth, Martins, Robinson, Perot, Schweitzer, and McDonald. Less than a minute to go for this start. All right, they're about to start. Looks like the pack is packing up for the start. There they go. About to get into the pump leg. It looks like we got Robinson, Galea, McDonald in there. There they go. I still haven't been told who was DQ'd, but we'll find out.
Do you think there was some start jumps there, Chris?
Yeah, there definitely was, because they did it. Looks like it's Galea, and that's Wigglesworth. That's Leclerc there on the Vayu stuff. Tituan looks like he's in the lead. Looks like Robinson, the Canadian slingshot rider, might be down. I see a green wing in the water. That is either Zane. I think that's Zane. Galea looking good. Wigglesworth in front. The local rider. Zane in third. That looks like Leclerc on the Vayu. There's McDonald coming up in about 6. He's going to have to move up or he's going to the mini final. Wigglesworth clearly in front, pumping through this section, followed by Galea and Schweitzer, but Leclerc closing fast, as well as it looks like Fedit to me. McDonald trying to sneak in. You can see him pumping hard from the outside. He's going to... Oh, there goes Fedit going down. So there's still a chance for the young rider from Hood River. So one is Wigglesworth, Galea, Leclerc, Schweitzer, Who will be the last spot to go to the... Oh, Christopher McDonald slips in again with 5th place.
Man, he's really he's cracked it today, hasn't he?
You know, it's funny because I think I'm seeing a little bit more of fire from Christopher on the racing side. Traditionally, he has been focused more on freestyle, but the fact that he's making all these, grand finals is, I think he's going to start taking it a little more seriously. So, Liam, we're moving over to semifinal number 2. I'm going to read down quickly. Capuzzo.
I thought that was semifinal number 2.
Nope, that was semifinal number 1.
Ah, okay.
One more to go. Capuzzo, Escoffier, Boyer, Nichols, Berzola, L, McDonald, Sosa, McIntosh, and Colmas. So
This would be a good semi-final.
yeah, no, I mean, there's no slow riders in any of these semis. Like, they could basically be all grand finals.
Yeah, look, I'm not quite sure where we're at the moment. We'll just see if there's a flag yet. I'm assuming we might be sitting on a red flag, yellow flag even.
Nope, yellow flag. They don't mess around. So what they're doing is the start sequences very quickly. As soon as semi 1 starts, semi 2 already goes into the red flag. So yellow, 2 minutes to go. As soon as that thing is down, that signifies 1 minute to go. We'll hear an air horn, and a green flag is the start. So 3 more races to go in men's elimination number 5. We'll have the semifinal number 2. Then we will have either the men's final or the mini final.
Yeah, and I think we're probably getting almost to the end of our wind. It definitely is starting to die down out there. I can't see any white caps anymore. So, I mean, we'll just have to see how we go.
Yeah, Liam, 4 o'clock kind of snuck up on us, but, they're really trying to get these races in, and they should be able to do 3 more, no problem. So we're real close to a start, so hopefully we can zoom out and see these riders start. All right, green flag is up. Let's see how this start looks. It looks like Patrick International rider is coming, as well as, I'm not sure.
There's a little bit of a wave out there, isn't there, Chris?
Yeah, so this could get tricky for these guys. Jeremiah seems to have peeled off a little bit. He has to make a pretty big turn now where Bastian is going to cut in. It looks like he's going to swoop in front of Jeremiah. But I'd still like to see Jeremiah in the top 3 here, even second.
I mean, this could be a 1-1-1 for Bastian today.
Yeah, I mean, the way that it's going for the Patrick International rider. Oh, there goes Jeremiah. That's a bit of a heartbreaker for him, not being able to hold on to it. It looks like that's Encore Sosa, one of the Boyers, and I think that's Mateo or Cash right there. I think that's Mateo. And I think that's Mateo or Cash right there. I think that's Mateo. Yep, Cash is there. Mateo is in. I'm not sure if Cash is. Cash might be going on to the mini, or he could have just pulled off that 5th place. We'll just have to wait and see. So we are in GWA Day 7 of the inaugural New Zealand first stop of the tour. We are stoked, Liam. We got the freestyle done earlier in the week over at Pilot Bay, right below the mount. Beautiful conditions.
That was good to watch. The freestyle was awesome. We had women's freestyle, men's freestyle with Nia coming out on top in the women's freestyle all the way from Spain, and Chris McDonald coming out on top of the men's freestyle, 16 years old, Hood River, USA, F1 rider. Man, he is awesome. They absolutely caned it, and we're now looking at the slalom. We've had 3 eliminations today already, 1 elimination the other day, so we're now looking at elimination 5 of the competition.
Yes, so what we got, Liam, is we have 2 races left to finish up this elimination number 5 for the men. So we are going to have a final and a mini final. You can call it a grand final. You can call it the big show or the little show. The top 10 are in the grand final. The bottom 10 are in the mini final. Those guys are competing for 11th to 20th, but the big boys in the grand final are the ones really going for it. They are 1 through 10. Every person in that pack can win. Everyone is fast. Unless you get a perfect start, you can literally get left behind. Wow, Liam, it looks like we just got a little rain cloud popped in, and we're getting another little squall. So we had sun about 5 minutes ago, and now we're back to some rain clouds. So we've had a little bit of everything.
Yeah, look, the weather has been zesty is probably the way I'd describe it, like, that face you make when you eat a lemon and you're like, ooh, but zesty? That's the best way I'd describe the weather, We've had hot, we've had cold, we've had rain, we've had dry, we've had wind, we've had calm, we've had waves, we've had flat, It's really been a week of all conditions, but, right now there is enough wind to slalom, and we are slaloming right until we cannot. The wind is supposed to drop about now, so personally I wouldn't be surprised if at the end of this elimination they call it, but we will see. At the end of the day, race director, is that what we call him? He will make the call. They will decide if there's enough wind. But yeah, zesty weather, zesty conditions, but we've just been out here sending it. It's been great.
Well, Liam, there's one thing you're going to learn about the GWA crews, that they're tough. These guys, when they get we got a committee flag up in the boat. That means red and white. That is, we're on standby until they can figure out if the conditions are safe. We're not sure if there's possibly some thunderstorms out there, so we're in a bit of a holding period. But Liam, the thing about the GWA guys is they never complain. A lot of people will whine about conditions, or we should have done this, or we should have done that. It's pretty hard, and armchair quarterbacks don't help anyone. So I want to do a shout out to Juan Antonio, the race director, Tom Hartman, the tour director, Jorgen, who's in Cabo Verde already. These guys work really hard. All these brands have come together to form GWA, and it's just so cool for the riders to have this tour. Without this tour, most of these guys would probably be teaching winging or kiting or off in university. So this is a special deal.
Well, I think what we might do now, Chris, is the commentator team is going to go on a bit of a standby with the flag, and we'll come back to you when we know what's going on. Does that work for you, Chris?
Yeah, Liam, I was prepared to talk for 24 hours straight. My voice is hoarse already, and I'm tired, but this is really fun. We've had a great time doing this. You're a really good broadcast partner. So why don't we take a little break? We'll step outside of our little trailer, and we'll see. We'll get back to you guys as soon as we can finish these last two races.
And if anyone can't find us, we will be at Bullet Espresso.
One good Kiwi. We give you the money. You choose where it goes.
Kia ora, it's Kendra here. Alison Grace here from Blake.
I am coming to you from Youthline.
Come and check us out at Te Tapu Watani.
Find Kiwis who are making Aotearoa awesome and fund the ones you love.
Thank you. Ngā mihi.
Get your share of 100K to gift every month. It's one good Kiwi helping another.
Morena. Come on there.
Oh, so fun.
Te moana nui a toi, sure to make you smile.
If I had wings, I wouldn't do anything beautiful or transcendent. No.
Bye.